fight the power like BITCHUTE.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Put the truth in the movies and lies throughout the news. They manufacture opinions and form all of your views. Everything we think we know is actually opposite of the truth. But what do you do when reality's fraudulent? The whole system is rigged, it's an illusion of choice. You can keep screaming and yelling, end up losing your voice. What's the point? What's the point? That's what I ask sometimes. Roll a joint, smoke that joint, and then I smash some rhyme. I'm still a slave, but that boy overdose is hard to control. How far will he go? Much further than you possibly know. ODD TV, I've been doing this. I have to get deep, because half of you are asleep, the other half are just sheep. Wakey, wakey, wake the fuck up, man. I'm really sick of this. They rub the truth all up in our faces and it's ridiculous. They always keep the odds stacked against us and we can't seem to win. After seeing all the things I've seen, I'll never sleep again.
Everything is a lie. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again.
Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. We live in a prison cube, ruled over by the hexagon. Nothing but witchcraft and black magic spells in your lexicon. Search till the day you're dead and gone. There's gotta be some way out of here. Looking up at the sky, just watching chemical clouds appear. They got these toxic heavy metals filling up your body. You're a zombie, unaware that you serve the Illuminati. Man, how's your head feel after taking that red pill? When you learn the truth, it's scary. You can barely stand still. The Matrix is a computer-generated dreamland. Most certainly you're a worker bee for the queen, man. They lie to us about outer space and the earth is flat. They're killing us with the food they sell us. What's worse than that? You may wake up, but that doesn't mean the world's gonna change. It can stress you out, make you depressed, or fill you up with rage. We're in a cage, the whole world is nothing but a stage. And we're almost there, so be prepared for the coming age.
Everything is a lie. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again.
Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again.
Everything is a lie.
Everything, man.
Slave till the day you die.
There's no escaping it.
All right. What's good, S? Wow, it is 2 o'clock over there. I be forgetting. I forget it's 6 hours ahead. Especially for like Renegade or London Man. Sometimes I forget. Each direction. To the West Coast is 6 hours behind. And over the small ocean there, 5-hour flight, they say, to get to Europe. Nah, probably less than that. Can't be no 5-hour flight. Probably 2 hours. That's wild, man. A 6-month voyage? Nah, I'm not buying that. Maybe from Africa, but not from Europe. And who the hell would want to be on a wooden boat? Like, it don't even make sense, man. Especially that picture I showed yesterday. Let me see where it is. Hold on. Let's look at this shit. Like, people would have frozen. You would only be able to bring slaves here in the fucking summertime. And even then, people would be getting infections. I ain't gonna talk about slaves and stuff today. I'm just, yeah, I downloaded this picture. Hold up. I don't even know why. I'm not even gonna go. I'm just gonna do this. This picture of all these people in the boat. Come on. Nah. Nope. Not buying it. $2 hours? That ain't bad. Yeah, I figured that. Yeah, I'm just finding out that fucking Minnesota, I think it was Minnesota, was it Missouri? I think it was Oklahoma and Missouri are underwater too. So that New Mexico, all these states are just fucked. Yeah, just keep giving money to Israel. And it's true, like, I was watching this Adam Calhoun video, and he made a good point. He was talking about voting, right? He's a voter. This is that rapper Adam Calhoun, but he was saying it's crazy how we would slowly vote ourselves into communism, right? But to get out of communism, you gotta shed blood, right? And disturb peace. So it's easy to vote ourselves in, but we gotta go to war to get out. And we're like one vote away. You know, I'll say one vote away for people that think voting counts. We're like one vote away. Because in reality, we don't need to vote anything. It don't matter. They're going to implement law the way they fucking want. And the only way out is going to be war. You know, I know people want to avoid it. I get it. Me too. But I thought people, damn, it's a loud truck. I thought people stopped joining the military would make a change. They'll just bring immigrants in to fill our spots. So, like I said, we could walk away, but it ain't going to stop them. They're just going to replace. It's like a church, you know? When people wake up and leave the church, there's more people. When one leaves, there's 6 to replace you. Anyway, let's talk about something positive today. Let's talk about colorful paintings. What's up, Naga? My Naga. I thought I was going to say the other word, huh? Just like Jason Williams said, man, that basketball player. Who remembers Jason Williams? He'd do all the trick passes and stuff. He was nasty. But they called him white chocolate. He said, man, you can't call me that today. People are too soft. It's true, man. It's true. People are fucking soft. You got to be politically correct with everything. That's right. Everything's racist. If I say nigga, I'm racist. Wild stuff. Yeah, that was dope yesterday, Naga. When I said, that's why the windshield is bigger than the rear view. Because everything ahead of you is more important. And Naga says, if you're on the right path, that was dope. How you finished that. Connecticut was one of them. Camel Toe won, and I'm disappointed. I tell people, be like, "How do you know it's a blue state?" I've lived here my whole life. That's how I know. Connecticut is just a zombie city. Like when I'm in the city, people are so zombified. They actually got lights that tell them when to cross. Like, like if traffic's going one way and you could cross, follow the other traffic, you cross. You don't wait. As long as no one's turning, I watch people just stand there. I was sitting there today watching people. I said, man, I got to get a drone so I could take some videos higher up so I could show people how it looks when cows line up to go to the slaughterhouse and how cities are built. They look like cows, fenced in, going up and down the streets in packs. We're no different, man. It's actually kind of sad. People don't smile. They all look miserable. But it's the life. We make our own choices, man. And that's why we're in this position. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's our fault. And I know people might disagree with me, but it is our fault because we allow it. We do nothing to change it. I remember Void disagreed with me. He's like, got mad and shit. It ain't our fault. Ah, shit. Camel Toe Kamala. That's hilarious. She should be arrested for, she should have the, what is that called? The RICO. She needs RICO to come to her house because she did in her speech, she's telling her clan members, right? And no, it's not the triple K. A clan means a group of people, or her organization is a gang. She's telling them, don't worry, we'll still fight. She's a leader of a gang, man. She's the leader of the misfits. Yeah, these are some cold pictures, man. They created these pictures. That's why I always tell people, man, watch what you believe. We don't know if this shit's true, right? They got tons of pictures of white people being fucked up to so-called white people being fucked up to so-called black people, right? But you never see pictures of black people owning white slaves, and that's a fact that they had that, right? Because they're creating a narrative that it's that division narrative. They have to create that because if America worked together, it would be too strong. They wouldn't be able to conquer us. So they had to divide us up with this nonsense. If people's wrenches disappear, don't be mad. I just want people to know, I'm going to just be giving them to people that are always here. And if people come in here and talk shit and are disrespectful to you, you could fucking sniper them. I used to be about free speech until, people take advantage of my kindness like I'm a sucker or something. Don't get my kindness fucked up. I could be evil too. People get it fucked up, man. Like, I can't switch back to my old ways in 2 seconds. Oh man, here we go. I found a picture of a black dude hanging a white man. Now we're talking. Hang that cracker. Wow. And they tied his hands behind his back. That's a terrible way to go. Terrible. Hell no. I look at these tribes in Africa, how deep they were. And you mean to tell me some white people pulled up with a boat, got off the boat, and took people? Nah, they sold them, if anything. You don't want to admit that. I just can't see these people pulling up on the boat and overtaking an entire civilization. Like, the African tribes are deep, and they were warriors. They didn't play. So you mean to tell me a couple white people pulled up and took? Nah, they would have been fucking overtaken and annihilated. Like, when you use common sense with some of the so-called history, it just don't add up. That's why I don't listen. I took advantage of living in a diverse area. But other people would take these textbooks seriously. I took advantage, like I said, of my surroundings. A lot of my friends' parents come from other countries, so I would ask them and get the real answers. Fuck these school books. "12 little fat guys with scurvy." Ha! Scurvy. Let's see if we can find some pictures of scurvy, man. Scurvy. You got scurvy. Is it scurvy? Oh, no. The machine lies. Peace. Oh, man. Cure scurvy with lemons. Scurvy looks like lack of nutrition. Like, looks like they got stung by a jellyfish. Alright. Vitamin C. Lemon. Wash your face with lemon. Lemon pulls all that dirt. What? Milk reacts to Brick Baby giving up his crip rag? Man, when I was growing up, you couldn't do none of this gang shit on TV, man. These are internet gangsters. Uh-oh. Trump tells NBC News he has a mandate to bring common sense to the country. See, Trump wants to ban, don't let him fool anyone. He's all about control of your speech. People think like he talks about the founding fathers, but he's all about altering the founding fathers' constitution that wasn't supposed to be altered. It's not supposed to be you can bear arms, but not if you're a felon and all that other shit that comes with it. You can't have this magazine. Like when you look up and you really look in the Second Amendment, you're supposed to be able to have tanks. Anything the military has, we're supposed to be able to have. Yeah, I heard about that too, Craig. The Book of Wisdom guy says that. Yeah, I've heard that. I've also heard pineapple too isn't natural at all. Like yesterday, I just think it's funny to me that some black people think the sun kills white people. Now, it does affect people though. It depends like on what you're eating and what you're putting on your skin too. I never use sunblock. Why you want to block? Look, I get burnt one time and it ain't super burned. After my like the beginning of the summer, I go out in the sun I get a little red and shit. I don't peel no more. I don't get none of that. I don't sit there and bake in the sun, but once I get that in the beginning, I'm not bothered the whole summer by the sun. I tried, you know how they cut the top of a pineapple and then they make it so you can root it? You put it in a glass of water, blah, blah, blah. I did that whole process. It started to root. I put it in a 5-gallon bucket because I knew these roots were going to grow. So I put it in a 5-gallon bucket, fresh soil. That shit was a dud. Nothing grew. And I'm thinking, this shit's genetically modified. When I bring this stuff up, man, people gotta know I don't have problems with Truth Zone or nothing, man. But I just disagree with a few things he talks about. That's all. And it's all right to be different, think different. And I'm sure he disagrees with stuff I say too. Smoke some herbs. Yeah, pineapple is acidic, and that's one of the bad things I heard is that it fucks your stomach up. It'll eat a hole in it. And the new watermelons, you know how pickles, right? Because they are cucumbers, they got the little white seeds in them that look like they don't do anything. Well, that's what the new pineapples have. Now, my roommate had told me, what do you think a watermelon is? It's the same family as a cucumber. And I said, damn, I never looked at it like that. The pineapples now with no black seeds, to me, taste just like a cucumber. They're terrible, man. This fruit, it's a disgrace that we allowed this shit, man. I'm sick and tired of hearing, we can't do nothing about it. Grow some balls if you're a man. get a fucking heart, you know, and let's do something about this shit. Hell yeah, I need the smoke. Dealing with ignorance, I gotta smoke. I think that's why they show the picture with Jesus. I mean, Jesus, right? Or Satan. When I tell my friend, I have a friend that's real, like, loves Jesus. And I tell him Jesus and Satan are the same. He gets mad. And I'll be like, what do you mean? It's true. I'm like, they're both morning stars. And just like for Trump, man, you hear the excuses come out. Nah, man, he's a different morning star. Jesus is the sun. And Lucifer is, I don't even know. Wouldn't Lucifer be Venus? Nah. Yeah, I can't find seeded watermelon either, man. And the watermelon don't have no flavor. Now, I went to this store in Connecticut, Stop and Shop. They got both the same company. The only difference with the packaging was one had a yellow sticker and one had a green. And the guy was trying to explain to me. He was like, these strawberries have been sprayed with pesticides and whatever else they're doing to them. And these, and I kind of agreed with him in my mind. I'm looking at them. And the cheap watermelon, strawberries that were $6.99, I think, or $5.99 or $3.99, somewhere. Have white. And when you cut them open, it's white in the center and it's white around the top part. But when I looked at the other strawberries that allegedly had no pesticides, grown all natural, they were dark red, how I remember them. Full of flavor, dark red, just like the watermelon should be. Black seeds, dark red, sweet. We need to start punching the person in the face who altered our seeds, man. They need a highly classified ass whooping. Straight up. But yeah, I think that's what that symbolizes, the spear into the heart. Because if Christ is the oil, right, in the spine, allegorically we're speaking here, and, you know, I think the spear in the heart, what is a heartless person, right? If they took the heart out of everyone, which basically people are going mad nowadays. They have no heart. They're all about self. No one wants to help no one. They're becoming heartless. I think that's what that symbolizes. We must put the spear into the heart of the people, man. And dead. So, you know, I've always looked at Christ as being self, right? That's why I kind of like that picture with Jesus' footprints in the sand, because you're supposed to walk in them footprints. What up, True Zone? Mr. Super Sidewinder, Maggot. Oh, shit. It's called Footprints. I didn't know that. Lutheran. Who's that? Who's Lutheran? Lutheran? Footprints in the sand. I think this is the one. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Craig. Yeah. I bought some of those strawberries. And, yep, I got them in my fridge. I ate one. I cut it up and I ate it. And I said, man, I taste the chemicals. And well, I bought these strawberries in the same store. This was about a year ago, and I ate them. I put them with, I was cutting up fruit and eating it, and I had the most banging fucking headache the next day, man. And I thought it has to be from the strawberries. Yeah. Don't worry though. Jesus will be here soon. I just called the Uber for him. He'll be here real soon. What up, AK? I dropped the link, I think. Trying to think of a good topic to speak on. What do y'all think about this? Me personally, I don't think they could put spikes through your hands like that. They would rip off by the weight, unless they're railroad spikes. And even then, imagine somebody putting spikes through where your ankles are, that bone. Oh man, somebody nailing spikes through your feet, or no, that was the top of his foot. How the hell did they do that? That's why I don't buy none of that shit. Oh shit. Like there's all types of Jesuses, man. You got black Jesus, white Jesus, Chinese or Asian Jesus, Spanish Jesus. You got fucking African Jesus. A lot of people from Africa love Jesus, man. No, I say that respectfully, man. I'm not taking shots at no one. Me personally, I don't give a fuck about Jesus. No disrespect to Jesus. But Jesus, what's up? Zeusian, the symbol of the Sacred Heart. Interesting. Your heart is sacred, man. That's basically what they're saying. Blunt railway, pegs through your foot. Yeah, that would suck. Oh, man. That's just all around painful. I don't know anymore. I think the link is there. I'm pretty sure I dropped it. Oh, I thought that was me. The machine lies. Blaze
what's
up
going on?
that herb. The machine does lie. How can we stop the machine? How could we jam its fucking the political machine? Throw a wrench in that bitch.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the machine is way more powerful than politics at this point, so we're gonna have to think of other means than politics. I think the whole political landscape is just a subsidiary of the machine at this point, you know what I mean? So, that's a whole nother thing. There's a world system,
Yeah.
the political landscape is toast. It's no more, So they created an autocratic state. That was the machine that speaks for man, but they lost control of it. So what to do next. I think we're in a premier time, where there's human beings being engineered for the system, and it's easy to distinguish ourselves from those human beings other than the fact that they look just like us. Right? So that's the problem.
A lot of people think these politicians are like reptilians and all this stuff, but or genetic manipulated. I wonder what they're doing underground. Because any smart mad scientist would build his laboratory underground, right? Where none could interfere. They have the Bohr machines. And I remember, I think it was Mind's Eye that came to this channel one day. He brought up, when I was talking about the Bohr machines, he said, how about the Hyperboreans? And I said, holy shit. I never thought of that. The Hyperboreans in the Bohr machine are probably... I wonder... Because even I forgot what Native American tribe said, I think it was the Navajo, said they were birthed from inside the earth. And there's other tribes that have said that.
Yeah, it might have been the Navajo. I think the Hopi said it for sure, but yeah,
I'm gonna look it up. Okay.
But yeah, it makes sense, in a lot of ways. You could perceive in one way, technological civilization is related to the cave because of the winter time. So you got the fire in the cave, and that represents civilization in the winter time.
Because this is the Lakota. I think it was. There's few tribes that say that too. The first thing it said was Turtle Island. I don't know why it says that, but like when I look at the desert, and I watched for years, I've been looking into these melted buildings, and like I showed what it looks like when what was it, thermite and shit, what was the other stuff the military uses? But anyway, I got the video I was showing, and it looks like stars are falling from the sky. I think it was thermite. It was burning yellow and white. That's thermite, and sun with an M. Anyway. And then you look at the old pictures, these drawings from the 1800s and the 1500s allegedly, that shows, they say the stars were falling and there was these plasma events. Well, how do we know? I think these giant people, 14 feet, the Ottoman tribe and all them, had weapons. Thor's hammer, all that shit were weapons. So maybe people did go underground. I mean, if there's people, giants, 14 feet, you don't want to get stepped on. And plus, if we're building underground stuff now, I think to myself, what makes me think the ancestors weren't doing that too? I think the ancestors were 10 times smarter than we are. Because they pass down real knowledge, not fucking textbooks made by Rockefeller. And it's like, what's up, Hurricane? I think I got a beat for you, bro. Phosphorus. No, was it phosphorus? But like I was telling people, there's soldiers that do interviews, and they say for 20 years they got their ass kicked by the guy. Was like, I don't think he was trolling or joking. He said, motherfuckers that live in the desert with sandals, AKs, and homemade booms whooped our ass for 20 years. and people are
Yeah,
scared. Oh, they got
100%.
drones. Well, so do we.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, yeah, they were killing it. And you know what? I'm from Pakistan, and actually, there's no law in the mountains today. You could go
Huh?
up to the mountains, and it's controlled by the tribal leaders. There's no law
Good.
there today. There's no constitution. There's no motherfucking companies and shit. There's no corporations and shit. It's just,
That's awesome.
it's just they got old motherfuckers with guns, and that's it. Right?
Nice. This guy went there up in the mountains, the Taliban. His name is Black Man the Traveler. I watched his videos. And he was showing they didn't even speak English, nothing. The straight country tongue, and that's it. And that's dope, man. I like stuff like that. I like to really see people's
And they
culture.
actually learned how to make Russian weapons with their own hands by learning metallurgy, and they'd have kids disassemble the Russian weapon and then put it together themselves just with spare parts and shit. So it was crazy shit. All right. They're making
Nice.
Russian models of weapons with their own hands.
Like I always
But,
wondered what those people think over there of American. Like
yeah,
I know they hate America, but
or what
a
they
lot of
think
them
of
didn't
just
want that.
Pakistanis and Indians. They think pretty lowly of Pakistanis and Indians. You know what I mean, right?
Not all Americans.
Yeah.
I figured out right away that that was an inside job, and there's no way any of those people had anything to do with that incident. That lie that they used to attack that
Yeah,
country.
that's the well, the small hats. So it is what it is. The American political system is 100% controlled. So yeah, you know, there's nothing that can be
Uh,
done about that.
people were saying, "Oh, that guy threw a shoe," but a lot of my friends didn't understand what the shoe. When you go into a home in the Middle East, you take your shoes off. They said your shoes are the most dirtiest thing. That's why he threw his shoes at him. It's the utmost disrespect. When Bush should have had more done to him than that. A lot of fucked up shit happened in that fucking. A lot of soldiers know too. When they came home, they realized when they were over there that a lot of them got to live with it now. Isn't the war starting over there again? I'm hearing now.
I
There's
mean,
some.
there's constantly going to be war out there. Just because there's not really a lot of political, because China, I mean, not China, but India and Pakistan constantly spying on each other. So they got huge spy agencies. They're all up each other's ass, and India's aligning with Israel a lot. So and then Pakistan is always suspicious because they're Muslims. Right?
That
So
makes
see,
sense
yeah,
now.
so they don't
Why
want to align with
Pakistan?
Pakistan because Pakistan's Muslims. So they want to.
Mhm.
So the point is to the point from the Western intelligence perspective is to radicalize the Pakistanis against the Indians, have the Indians attack the Pakistanis, but always dominate over the Pakistanis, because India is more in line with Western values than Pakistan will ever be, because India is not Muslim. You know what I mean, right? So
Yeah.
India can claim that we support all world religions and stuff, and we ourselves come from the mother lode of all the religions. I mean, right? Hinduism, it's an ancient prehistoric religion. So that and in that same way they aligned with Israel, right? They said, look, Israel, you're an ancient religion and an ancient prehistoric faith, so we have something in common. Because see, the people and the religion and the land is linked, right? So they created the Hindutva movement based off of Zionism. The Hindutva movement is Hindu nationalism, right? So they got this idea from the Zionists, right? So it's a complex game that they're all playing, you know, and in the same way, Pakistan and Iran sometimes align with Russia and China, right? Because they want to, because they, you know, they don't want to align with quote unquote NATO, right? So there's this complex game in world politics where it's
NATO.
NATO versus BRICS, and BRICS is
You know
getting
what
ever
NATO
more.
means? Not another terroristic organization. Those are the real
Yeah,
terrorists.
yeah, yeah. That's what they said with ISIS. They said ISIS stands for Israeli Secret Intelligence Services. You know what I mean, right?
Ooh.
So
ISIS was the U.S. They played both sides of that war.
yeah,
They were the real ISIS.
yeah, they had the weapons, you know. So where are they getting the weapons from? Right. So they're getting the weapons from the Saudis. And who are the Saudis buying the weapons from? Oh yeah, the Americans and the Israelis. So it's a hilarious game that they're playing.
Yeah, I've also heard that Israeli owns Washington D.C. The
Oh
direct
yeah.
current
Yeah,
of the country.
I dropped out of college, but the university, but before that I was studying, you know, I had a degree, you know, I had a degree in political science and philosophy. You know, I completed the entire accreditation for it, you know. So so yeah, and yeah, over there, you know, they can't hide this shit, you know, even in the university, and they're being controlled by the system, you know. And we took several courses where, yeah, it's pretty evident who controls the political system and what's in power there, and that there's no political system, you know. As I first stated when I came here, you know, there's just simply just no political system that's not beholden to an international system at this point, you know, based on you know, international trade and you know, technological supremacy. You know, they're barely keeping the level of technology in play. You know, they're barely struggling to keep that level in play on an international stage. That's how they guarantee their power structure, you know.
Shit,
So
Israel's got the most technological military. I thought it'd be the U.S.
100%. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, that's 100% fact. Yeah.
Like their military is no joke. But I'm just sick and tired of these fucking pieces of shit fucking getting away with all they do, man. This country is just one big test tube of fucking laboratory rats. They're poisoning everything: the food, the air, the water. Uh, Enough's enough with these people. They modify our fucking fruits and vegetables. I think I might move to Russia, man. I like Putin because he banned GMOs. He said if anyone even grows that shit or tries to smuggle it in, they'll be put in prison for life. Oof. He don't want his people eating that poison. See, Putin said while America grows weak, they're eating all this poison or they're getting fat on the couch. The men are turning into females. They're becoming weak. No one needs to attack America. We're fucking destroying ourselves from the inside out because we're allowing these people to just. A lot of people say walk away. I get it, man. But we walk away, they'll just find other people to take our spot and they'll continue to do what they're doing. You know, I hate to say it, but sometimes to find peace, you got to go to war, man. You know, I'm not saying I want to go to war because that's getting old too, man. All these wars, all these innocent people just keep dying and dying.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really see what's going on inside of Russia, but there's tons of slums. You know, it's a sad, depressing place. There's you know, Russian kids that are, you know, totally just fucked over, you know, and the amount of political assassinations that go on in Russia, you know, and this guy's been president for a very, very long time, you know, and he's been controlled 100%. You know, the way this guy got in power, he's former KGB agent, right? He blew up and did a false flag bombing, on apartment buildings, and claimed that Chechnyan, terrorists did the, the job and all that stuff. So he blew up and murdered his own people, got in power, and then they led the
Who did
Russian-Afghan
that?
war, and this whole Russian-Afghan war was 100%, to create the situations that we're talking about. They created and manufactured the Taliban, at the same time. Russia had a huge,
And
hand in
didn't
that.
Russia help the U.S. in that Middle East? Well, I could have sworn Russia
Oh,
was
yeah.
working side by
Yeah, they were
side.
allies. They were allies. They were allies. Just after they quote unquote defeated all the terrorists, which were really their own CIA
Yeah,
agents, right? They used that to psyop the Muslim world, right, and to change leadership there, right, so that they could do business, right, with Saudi Arabia, right?
whenever the U.S. points a finger, you got to slide a mirror in front of them because
Yeah.
they're the terrorists.
Yeah. All it is that Saudi Arabia. See, the Israelis and the Americans, they fund the Saudi Arabians to come into your country and say we have the true form of Islam, right? And they set up terrorist camps in your country. That's been going on for 50 years, funded by Israel and the CIA and the U.S. Okay, so anybody who's all these wars and shit is just a bunch of jokes, right?
It's about
It's
getting
so they
money.
could test their just so they could test their weapons. You know what I mean? It's just little
Wow,
skirmishes
man.
here and there so they could test their drones and their weapons. And if there's collateral damage, they don't they don't care.
What's up, D. Allen Warren, Flat Motherfucking Power, Renegade One, El Piro? What? I forgot what Hotep means, man. I've heard of that word before. Hotep. That's I heard that word for the first time when I was going to Bro Sanchez. Someone mentioned Hotep. I forgot what that is, man.
Imhotep, it's basically Enoch, Tot, Hermes,
Okay.
that type of thing. Yeah. As far as I know, Imhotep is connected to all of those sort of basically the birth of knowledge, comes from Hotep, right? So yeah. So
Like
learning, knowledge, correspondence, ancient Kemet, Hotep equals peace. There we go. We got our answer. Peace to El Perro. Yeah.
Oh, ancient Kemet. Okay.
Yeah.
I think religion, man, is another control mechanism. Like I tell people, these religions want you to look outside yourself for God. And then the same thing with politics. I've noticed they always got people looking for outside the country for terrorists when they're right there. And people believe it, man. A lot of the older people refuse to accept the truth, man. That Bush, like, I don't even know when the Rangers won the World Series. Bush is a big Texas man. Him and his cronies. People love to applaud their own slavery and oppression. When Kamala was doing his speech, everyone's cheering for her. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Why are you cheering for the person who's fucking us over and raising the prices on the food? It's deeper than just her. But she's the representative, so we gotta blame her too. She represents all that nonsense and so. But it's amazing when they take our rights and laws, people be like, yeah, woo! And they be cheering for them. It's like, dude, no wonder we're in this position. It's seems like it's going to be a never-ending story. My life's half over. I hope by the time I die, things get better. There's true peace and these parasites are exterminated. But that's speaking selfishly, that's what I want to see. But I know life isn't all about what I want. If anyone wants to hit the link, you're more than welcome to. What's up, Jay Hyden? and surrounded by Keith.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's inevitable that good will win out over evil for sure. And you see that in the way that evil operates. A lot of ways that evil has to operate is through organization and deception, right? Instead of intelligence and observation and interrelation and embracing what is real. So that is really what the problem becomes over time, is that the evil man learns to deceive the good man, so that early on he takes advantage of the good man by learning how not to be good. But pretty soon the good man learns the ways of evil. He learns both how to be good and how not to be good. So he surpasses the evil man who only knows how not to be good. Right. So in terms of knowledge, the accumulation over time, and the way evil continually tries to obfuscate the truth, that it's no conflict. All that evil has going for it right now is false forms of knowledge, right? That it can confuse and dupe people into thinking that the simulation it created of the world is the real world, you know.
Well, surrounded by Keith says, we have the best economy in the world. America loves to complain. I mean, people call it complaining. I call it speaking my observations. Now, America has it better than other countries for sure? Because I've seen the India and Vietnam slums, and I saw America's slums were terrible. It reminds me of the Bronx in the 80s. But fucking the illusion. America has a great illusion, man. One day you could become this, you could do anything you want. Yeah, to a certain extent. Ah,
Yeah, and it's not only America, but it's the whole game of technology and science. Science will tell you you can be anything and you can have anything and you can turn nature into anything you want and you can surpass nature and become God.
Hey
You
guys,
know, yeah, what's going on?
how much? I was just saying that I didn't mean that necessarily in a very negative way, but I think that
oh, I know.
I think we as Americans we do have a perception problem. I was born in a communist country, totally different than here, and I'm grateful every day I'm in fucking America, man.
Yeah,
You see what's going on, the wars in the Middle East.
yeah,
People
I agree.
fucking, you know what I mean? Like we got peace here. We've got all the products. Like where I came from, they didn't have products. The state owned the fucking means of production, and
What
didn't
country,
trade.
if you don't mind me asking, what country did Europe like?
Yeah, it used to be called Czechoslovakia. Now it's
'Cause
Now it's Czechia.
that's near Poland and Germany, right? Or
Yeah,
that's near Russia.
yeah. It's right south
Czechoslovakia.
of Poland. It's by next to Austria, Hungary, Germany, and Poland,
It's my that's where my
and Ukraine.
great grandparents came here in 1890s from
Oh, right on,
Germany.
right on. Yeah, it's just a different perspective type thing. Like, I think if we threw a bunch of Americans into a third world country, like you were saying, you've seen some shit from somewhere else, we would gain a different perspective.
I'm grateful, but
I'm not
I
saying
you know
everything's great. I'm not, but relatively, comparatively, and relatively, we're doing really great. You know what I mean?
I think people in America like now they complain about the wrong stuff like the newer generation like genders and all. It's like what has happened to this country? Like uh, and I almost forgot. Like America, we have it better off than probably any other country for the most part. I don't know. I
Especially
haven't
right now.
traveled the world.
No, especially right now. The whole world had inflation. We knocked down, and our inflation was the least out of the whole world. So while they're playing paying triple, quadruple prices over there. We paid double. It's not like a good thing, but it's better than what happened. And our economy is really booming compared with the rest of the world. Maybe China's doing okay. I'm not sure.
China's doing great because they got 90% of their products on their shelves. I rarely see made in America anymore. All the major factories we had here, like the industrial, I lived in an industrial city. And Connecticut was very big with factories and production, like trains and just I remember in the 90s was like the ending part. I got to see Stanley Works had a bunch of this whole strip over here was just packed with Stanley Works factories, and trains would come and pick up and drop off. I got to see the ending of this city that used to be industrial. Now it's hardly a city. It's fucking everything left, no jobs, poor. A lot of cities are hit like that, like Kensington, Pennsylvania. Now it's a fucking drug den.
Yeah.
I think
we
need to stop that. We shouldn't let we shouldn't let businesses leave America without being taxed. They're leaving because they're not being taxed and they're getting cheaper labor.
Yeah, it was American businesses that kind of screwed us over, and there was a change in the economy, like the type of economy we have. Like we had the industrial, and we went into a service economy where we don't make shit. If anything, software, but that's different. And it kind of screwed us over because all these companies, manufacturing companies left, car companies like Tesla's, I believe. They're built in China as well, or parts come from China. All these car companies that are made in Mexico and shipped over here, So you're totally right. Where I live in Chicago, the steel industry fell. Steel all over America fell. Now we buy our steel, I believe, from Canada, probably paying more than if we were making it ourselves. It's a mess. It's a mess in a lot of ways. Yeah.
I don't know. We got to stop looking at these politicians to help us. They're the bullies who take everything,
Yeah, I don't. That's for sure. But I think we're in this age of capitalism where it's so corrupt, and it's just all about the bottom line, all about greed. And the one saying, the love, the love of money is the root of all evil. And you could say just, maybe not 100%, but you could say the evil in the world is generally caused by greed, whether it's for power or cash,
You said that, for the love of money, that Bone Thugs and Harmony song came in my head. For the love of money. Remember that song?
I never thought about that song it actually is a quote.
So I forgot what I was going to ask about. So do you think we need, like, this Constitution? Like, I'm not even gonna lie. I know a lot of people are gonna hate on me. If they wipe the Constitution out, it would be free fall. People don't get the concept of a free fall. Go to a prison yard, put a bunch of prisoners, put them in gangs. That's a free fall, right? That's what it'll be like.
Shit, that sounds scary as fuck, dude.
Yeah, if they wipe the Constitution's
important.
Out, it'll be terrible because people don't know how to act with the Constitution, let alone with no law. It would be terrible. But
you think that's where we're heading eventually?
It seems these people, I'm gonna call them globalists, that the UN, I think, is the most terrible. The United Nations is just terrible.
Well, the United Nations is just the world's countries coming together for different things. A lot of times it's peace, but they have no teeth. They can't enforce anything. It's just a group of the world's countries. They can vote on stuff, but usually you have like the United States or Russia or China that vote against whatever is being voted on, and the thing doesn't matter. So if we want to help out the Palestinians or some shit and have that war stop, it ain't gonna happen in the UN. Because America will be like, nope, we don't want to do that. We side with Israel. So it's a bunch of what Biden used to say malarkey, or I think that's an Irish word. It's a bunch of BS, basically. I mean, there's so many UN resolutions that are on paper for decades that just have not been enforced, and nobody's going to enforce them. You know,
Look at
it's
the
like
Antarctic Treaty.
paper tiger.
All the world agreed on a piece of alleged ice, right? No one really know. But I look at I forgot the equidistant map where the ice wall is 360 degrees. However true that is, I've never sailed there, so I can't say it's fact. But all the old maps use that equidistant map. I think that's what it's called. But I mean, you can find older maps that show this alleged Antarctica with no ice. It was called the land of the giants. But
Yeah.
if
Oh, are
they
you
can make
saying
peace
talking
on
about the
ice,
Unite? Are you talking about United Nations icon?
yeah, the it's called the Antarctic Treaty. And
Yeah.
they could agree on this piece of ice where no one could claim it and no one could kill this. No one can claim it, and there's all this peace for ice, but yet we're
Yeah.
killing each other every day. It don't make no sense.
Yeah.
Or
That
not
place
we,
has
but
so
this one.
much. That place has so many resources. It's insane. Insane. Like
It's up
these
to us to make
resources.
the change. It's all up to us, man.
Is
We
it
don't have
all
to
the?
go to war.
Yeah.
They don't have to be wars, people. We're
Over
the ones fighting
resources.
the poor people.
Yeah. Yeah. The
Yeah, the
UN
UN's
is a form
terrible.
of. Yeah, you have the United Nations, Hurricane JW. That's New World Order. You have the World Bank. There's a thing called the World
Yeah,
Bank.
we're in the New World Order right now.
Yeah.
They
All these
want one
organizations.
world order.
Yeah.
We're going into the one world government where they want point systems like China. People, I don't want to live like China. They'll definitely inflict a war if they even try that bullshit.
We do have a type of point system. It's the FICO score, your credit score.
People
and
matter.
right, exactly. And so the score, our credit score, that shit, that keeps people poor, and helps out the rich.
Yeah.
That alone.
Imagine smoking a cigarette on your porch and the neighbor says, "No smoking here, report you." And your check goes down or you lose your job. Like I heard some outrageous stuff in China. Like the people are respective there because you can't lash out. You'll be fucking put in prison. Like, I wouldn't want to live in a country that forces people to have peace, right? That should come naturally. If people got to be forced to have peace, something ain't right.
Yeah, it's a totally different culture and everything. So these people, in some ways, it's better in China, right? Like even violence, nothing like here. But everybody's like a fucking lemming, right? They have to do what the government tells them to do, the point system, like you were saying, like all these, what is that called? Not fascist, like 1984 type shit,
No, the Orwellian book.
Yeah. Yeah, it's wild over there. One thing I do like, if you think about it a little bit, over there they keep track of you, right? And everybody knows it. They keep track of what you say on the internet. They keep track of where you're at. Everybody has to have a phone. That's the device they use to be tracked and shit. And then people are like, "Oh yeah, look at China. They do this shit." But then if you think about what we do here it's the corporations that are fucking keeping tabs on what I say, goes into my phone and fucking pops out as an ad. They have profiles of us. The corporations know more about us than we know about ourselves. That's how much, they built like a virtual you, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely. And the corporations are pseudo governmental entities.
Yes.
They're basically controlling the international scope through the technology. So that's the main thing that's going on right now. But yeah, it was a pleasure talking to you guys. And basically I just found your channel today. So
Nice.
I wanted to hop on here and smoke with you. But yeah, blessings. I threw my channel in the back there. Come through sometimes and have a conversation with me.
Cool.
Blessings, guys. Thank you guys so
care.
much. Yeah,
Take care, man.
Yeah, peace, guys.
Peace, the machine lies. Yeah, I just subbed. I'll definitely
peace,
be
man.
over there.
For sure. Yeah, you're welcome anytime. Thank you so much.
I've seen the Machine Lies, or Machine Lies. Maybe it goes by some other name too. I'm not sure, but I've seen him on several channels, dude. A lot of debate channels. Pretty cool.
He seems very intelligent. He knows his stuff, man. That's awesome. I'm glad he came up here.
Oh yeah. That dude's
I like
educated.
meeting new people. Because
Oh, he's got a
I
lot
don't
of knowledge. Hmm.
I don't depend on no deity outside myself to come save anything. I don't like when I used to read the Bible and when I was a young man, or I'll say a child, because even at 13 we're still children. But fucking, I used to think to myself, why is everyone waiting on Jesus? Why don't we just solve the fucking problem now? We can fix all this because we're the reason it is like this. But why is everyone waiting on this guy to fall from the sky or wherever he's going to come from to solve all our problems? When we created him, we could fix them. It does me as a child and many other children too.
Hmm.
It just, and then now people think the government's going to give us something back. They're the ones who took.
Oh,
That's like
hell no.
asking your bully for your jacket back. It's like
Right,
it just
right.
ain't gonna happen, man. The rich, the billionaires, right?
Mhm.
These alleged billionaires ask us for our last dollars for their
Yeah,
campaign, but they got billions. It's like, do you
yeah,
really have billions?
yeah. It makes you wonder, right? Makes you wonder about some of these folks.
Because look at Kamala, $200 million. No politician representing this country should make that. These are just representatives, not rulers over us. The Constitution states that these people represent our country, not rule over it. People need to start really learning these laws, even though it's their chessboard. We're about to take that chessboard over.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely fix things. I don't think it will ever solve some of the biggest problems we've had since the very first government. First civilization, Sumer, Babylonia, those places. And what they had there was they had crime, just like we do today. They had starvation, poor people, hungry people, poverty. They had poverty. Wars, we still have wars. And these are things that were going on nonstop for thousands of years. There was not one
What
time where there
is
was
that a
no war.
ceiling fan?
No, that's my rock tumbler. Oh wait, let me turn some of them off. They squeak too much. I'll be right back.
No, I was listening to it and I'm like, man, that sounds consistent, man. It sounds like every rotation it goes. It's on point. I thought it was a ceiling fan because I've heard ceiling fans do that, or they'll be the blades will be off balance, and they'll just be making wild sounds. Yeah, I'm gonna send you this beat, Hurricane, if you're still here. I'm gonna put I swear I
Okay.
laid a verse down to this, but I guess I erased it. But I'm gonna redo it. It's a ASAP Rocky beat. I'll send it to you. See if you want to put something down to the. I got to create a chorus, or I don't know. I'm gonna be very creative with these 6 tracks I want to do. I'm
Do
gonna
you
make
use
songs, six songs.
do you use any AI to create songs?
What do you like? As far
Like
as
like I use this Suno thing, Suno.ai or some shit, and I can upload a song, like for example, like some beats you made, and then create lyrics on top of it, or add instruments and just fuck around with it, and it automatically does it.
I
You
use
just
BandLab.
Okay, is that something similar?
I know you could. I only use it to upload a beat because I don't make my own beats. If I had the equipment, I would make my own beats.
Yeah.
I have all I need is a screen. I have a Dell computer. All I would need is a sampler.
Hmm.
There's this guy that used to come here in the Groove. I mean, that guy has a super fucking studio, but that's the type of stuff I don't want to say wish, but I could get if I saved the money up, worked
Yeah.
on it. But I just use BandLab. It's an app. You
Hmm.
could upload the beat, and it to me it's just like a program on the computer. You could cut it like the reason why I like it is because it's not like the old school days where I would use tapes and we would have to be crafty back in the day. My friend would make beats on a Funkmaster Flex PlayStation game where you could make beats back in the day. So he used that.
Okay.
We had, I forgot, 100. I forgot they had what 60-minute, not 60, 90. He had a Maxwell tape, the gray ones. It was like 190 minutes. I don't remember. But we made a album out of just that, and then we would fucking play the beat on a PlayStation, record and rhyme. And it sucks because if you fucked up, you had to rewind the tape and fucking start over. So you had to be on point. And then we would play the tape, so you would hear the beat would play with our voice, and while that's playing, we'd be recording ad libs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we kind of basically used a radio, a PS2, or is it PS1? I don't remember, and fucking a microphone.
Yeah. Yeah.
And made an album.
Sounds like fun. Hell yeah.
Then later in the years, I learned how to use a computer and programs like Fruity Loops and all these beat making. But
heck yeah. Yeah, I used
I've never
to
been to a studio in my life, never.
I used to when I was like 14 or 15, I bought myself like a turntables, techniques, 2 techniques, and then I bought a mixer, put that in the middle.
Techniques, good.
And then I borrowed or took my sister's record player, so I had 3 turntables, and then I plugged in my stereo with the cassette player, and so I was mixing between 3 records and a cassette, and then I had another cassette that was recording everything. It was kind of like hodgepodge. I'm not any professional. I was just doing it for fun. I'd get super high, smoke a bunch of weed, go in the basement, and spend a few hours there just mixing music. I loved it. I felt like I'm the one who invented techno because I used to mix house music, and I do some weird stuff. I'd speed it up, and then
I remember when people were doing that, bro. Believe it or not, they were mixing like house music, like the Spanish people were big on that here in the 90s. Yeah. And they were mixing it with techno beats, because I remember when raves started, like 98, 99, I'd go to raves. And Candy
so
Flip.
You're a little bit younger than me, I'm thinking.
Oh, yeah, I was born in 81.
Well, I'm 76, like 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years is a lot. People don't think it is, but
yeah, especially now when things are changing so quickly, these new generations. What's that?
You probably remember the 80s more than me, and I remember a good amount of the 80s, like 87, 88.
Yeah.
And the 90s was my time. The best. I would do it again, the same exact way. I would do everything again and again.
Oh, wow.
Those are the best times. I might change a few mistakes I've made, but then I thought I wouldn't be who I am today if I changed anything. So I wouldn't
go to high school. I wouldn't, if I had to do it over again, I would skip high school, take a test, exam or something to get into college, get my GED, and start college like earlier than everybody else. I hated high school, and I was always ditching and shit, and I wasn't there. I still got good grades and everything, but I felt like it was a waste of time. That's what I think. High school is a waste of time, in my opinion.
Yeah, school period's a waste. All you need to know, unless you're like, see, when I was coming up, people were getting grandfathered in. I seen the ending of that too, because it came to a point OSHA just started like dipping in everything, and that had to be because of the cities. And I remember, the getting grandfathered in, and then you had to start taking all these courses and get a license for everything. It's like, man, everything is about control. Everything. You got to take courses, and then when I had my HVAC and asbestos license by the state.
Mhm. Nice.
It was $500 back in the days to take this course. And what you do is they give you these books, like pamphlets or whatever. The test
Yeah.
is a whole week, I think it was. And the last test was, we went to this, like, they turned, in the city I live in, they turned a factory into an office building. So if you know the old factories, they have the big wooden floors and the ceilings are high. Well,
Mhm.
we went up and we had to take a test. You had to tape everything off, and then when you do asbestos or lead abatement, you got to tape it off so nothing could escape. No lead paint, because they said allegedly it's poisonous and blah blah blah. One paint chip could make a 7-year-old brain dead, and so we had to put like this wash assembly thing. You had to walk through and wash yourself off. We had to do all that to pass the test. But yeah, everything, and then most of the shit in these courses you take, even when you go to college. My friend went to college to be a chef. He told me I learned more because he grew up. His mom owned a restaurant and everything. He learned more from the experience in his own restaurant with his family than he did in college. And then when he worked, he said he learned more on the job than school don't prepare you good enough.
Oh yeah. Well, that's why a lot of fields, they have what is it called, where they go work like their last year of college. They actually go work to get work experience. What is it called? There's a name for it. Fuck. Not every field does that.
I know what you mean. Electricians do it. Plumbing does it. It's like you got to work for 1,000 hours for free. I forgot what it's called, man. Anyone know? As soon as someone says it, it's like at the tip of my thoughts. Shit.
Yeah, I've said this word 100 times and I can't remember it right now. And I'm not even high.
Oh, man.
But yeah, like doctors do it. They have to go out in the field. They're residents, right? They go out in the field and do school for like a year or two or something. They got to do this and that before they actually are like full-fledged doctors. Same thing with the engineers. Shit, what is the name? Fuck, never mind. But yeah, some different. It depends what field you're going into. Like if you're trying to get a degree in history or some shit, which history's cool, but I don't know about getting a degree in that. Those people go to McDonald's afterwards to work. They can't find a job. They went in the wrong field. But like that one, you're not getting any real world experience.
It's like a journeyman, but I thought the word was something else, man. Hold on.
It is. It is.
Journeyman? I thought it was called something different. Apprentice. That too. But it's a type of time you got it. All right, here we go. I think this might tell me. Damn it, what is it called, man?
It's an internship. Is that what it's
there
called?
You go. Intern, yep.
Yeah, yeah.
The hours you got to put in.
A lot of times these companies they work for wind up hiring them, which is really cool. So you're not only trying to get that world experience, but you're also making connections so that when you do. But there's so many people that they graduate, they get their bachelor's, and they go work at McDonald's. But I think that's their own fault. I don't think that's the system set them up for that. That's their own fault for choosing the wrong major. Like you want to make money, go into computers, or like you were saying, all these different trades. You want to make money, go into those trades, or go into computers or fucking something that makes money, not, liberal arts. I don't even know what that is. I swear I came across so many people with these goofy majors they got into. Like there's no prospects. And what I did when I was younger,
I think you're right, journeyman. I think that's right.
That's the skill, the tradesman, the skills.
Yeah, I remember you had to work
unions use that
hours to a union for free. I think it was to get your certification or something like that. I forgot what it's called. I don't think it's apprentice or internship. I forgot. I'll find it. I could be wrong. I could be looking for nothing, and that's the answer.
Yeah, I had
Here
friends
we
in the union. They started off as apprentices. They only got paid so much. I don't think they were
It
necessarily
is
in the union just
apprenticeship.
yet. Yeah,
It's
and then they
apprenticeship.
work their way
Yeah.
up. They make way more money. Yeah.
Craig said it. Thanks, Craig. Yeah, it is apprenticeship.
Hmm.
Yep.
Or it could be National Lampoon's Vacation, like maggots. An arts degree allows you to be a school teacher too. Ugh,
My
school
friend was a
teachers,
teacher,
they
and
don't get.
then
They're still underpaid though, right?
what? Teachers? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's why that's purposely done, because they want teachers to not be enthusiastic when they come to work. That alone, you know, you go to college or you to be a teacher and you got to deal with all these bad kids, or I mean bad children as it is, and then you're not getting paid shit.
Hmm.
But
What?
my friend passed away, I think it was 2016. He was a teacher. He went to New Haven University, and out of nowhere, he's like, "Bro, he told me, bro, man, I'm about to take this test to be a federal agent." And I was
Oh
like,
shit.
"Oh man, for real?" I was telling him, "Oh, you're a traitor, right?"
Hmm.
And I was just joking with him.
Yeah.
Oh,
It is what
but
it
he
is.
passed it. I was like, "Damn, bro, they gave your crazy ass a fucking badge and gun." Then he was stationed in Cali as a DEA agent. I think he did like 10, 11 years, and then he became a fireman. Um, I used to ask him, man, he said they would raid houses and there'd be more drugs than he's ever seen in his life. Like brick beyond bricks of fucking all types of shit, man.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it because I'd be pocketing some shit straight up. Yeah, there'd be like 6 bricks missing. They would be in my pants. Nothing to see here. Huh. Cops probably do that anyway, man. Like, who wouldn't? Who would raid a house and there's like $80,000 in cash, or fucking, $500,000 in cash at these drugs? Man, I'm sliding a fucking nice stack of hundreds in my pocket. Fuck that, man.
Yeah, there's nobody there to really see it, right? And if everybody is for
They
it,
probably all do it together.
Yeah.
I know.
Yep. And all they got to do is change the numbers on their report. They're good to go. Yeah, I'm telling you, greed, dude. Greed's a fucking horrible.
Yeah. We shouldn't be in the position, like, I didn't take what you said personal, but it seems the newer generation, like, they kind of remind me of my Gramps generation, where you didn't talk about politics, you didn't not complain, or even speak your observations or how you feel about certain stuff. And most of them didn't grow up in poverty, but they think you're not supposed to say anything. That was my Gramps generation did that, and look where it got us. They didn't complain. They didn't even talk about politics or religion, and those needed to be talked about because they're all fucking control mechanisms, psychological war at its finest.
Yeah, yeah. But
no, I got caught up in the
oh, no worries.
The
What's
chat.
up,
He said
Hazard?
$450 a day. Where? A school teacher? That's good money, man. $450 a day. Where's this? In Harvard? Hazardous
Cheers, Hazard.
Smurf. Peace.
Yeah, that's my buddy. He said hello in a chat we have, and I sent him the link. What's up, Hazard? How you doing, man?
I'm glad you came up here surrounded by Keith.
Oh, thanks. I'm glad you were streaming so I can have some place to hang out and talk to smart people and shit. Hell yeah. I love these topics.
I knew when I put it up there, I was like, how can I say something without him thinking I'm offended by what you said? Because I wasn't.
Right on.
I agree, you know, like this country, we have it better off than a lot of other countries. But I personally think like capitalism is just as terrible as communism. Like my great-grandparent, I wish my grandpa's alive because I have so many more questions that could never be answered because all my family's been fucking. They left me here by myself and bastards took off on me. No, that was a joke, but they all passed away, put it that way. And so I have so many questions. The only way I could get them answered is through knowledge of self, but fucking I want to know why they truly left Germany, because 1898 I think it was they came, my great grandparents, and then World War II started, or I mean World War One. What was it,
1914? I think it started 14 and ended in 18.
I mean, I meant World War II. Sorry, the German War. That was 1940.
1930. World War
I was
II.
going to say 20.
World War II was 1930, late 30s, 38 or something like that, to 45, I think.
Because I've showed this video I have of Germany in 1890s. I mean, even the train system they had. Let me see if I still have this here. What's this? Yeah, I'll play that in a minute. See, that's that technology people are sleeping on. We're one step away from them fucking robots patrolling. And when that happens, we're fucked. Because if you hit a robot, they're going to charge you with attempted murder. Imagine that. Alright, what am I looking for?
That'd be messed up. What you smoking on, Hazard?
I forgot what I was looking for. Oh, yeah, okay. Germany, 1890s. I like this video when Joe Biden says to the guy he fucked his wife. You never seen that video?
No.
I'll play it. Hold on.
Is it AI or is it real?
I'm pretty sure it's 100% real because every time I need a video, I gotta dig. I downloaded this video, you know, like that where they smack each other now. It's a sport. I forgot what it's called.
Yeah.
But this guy edited the video. I thought I was bugging. I'm like, did this head spin around? But the guy smacked him so fucking hard that the guy edited the video and made it look like his head spun around. That was pretty cool. Damn, where is this video? Gotta be kidding me.
That slapping game, that's just fucked up, dude. So I don't know. You could really hurt a person with just a slap.
Yeah. They go right for the jawbone too, because that's a spot where you can knock someone out, right? Right where the jaw is a weak spot right there. Like right behind this jaw. I mean, you hit someone there, they're going to sleep instantly. I don't care how big you are. Here it is. And that's why, like, it's amazing for me to see some dude just slap somebody and put him to sleep. It's wild. Imagine doing that. I remember when I was younger in my teenage years, I was about to fight and I would say, I'm just going to smack this dude right in his face. And my friends would be like, that's it. And I'm like, isn't that the utmost disrespect to smack a dude like a bitch in front of everyone? Right? Just like a cold smack. Like a.
Yeah. That'd be embarrassing.
Yeah, and then just pray that I don't get my ass whooped. The video right here.
Secretary, you've guided this alliance through one of the most consequential periods in its history. I realize, I was talking to your wife, I personally asked you to extend your service. Forgive me.
Yeah, that's real, I think, because they were laughing.
That sounded real.
And I'm lining this video up with, I gotta get these pictures to show you. I'm gonna ask your opinion. Okay. Canada Dry Ginger Ale. I was thinking, I got a few people that come here from Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Even Kamala was from Canada, and she tries to say she's a U.S. citizen. Even
I know
Obama, he's not even from here either. How are these globalist people getting into power? Oh, I know, they're infiltrated us.
Well, to be honest, what's that?
We both said at the same time. I said, or both spoke at the same time. I just said Trump's a Satanist.
Well, you know what MAGA means?
Yeah, it's the fifth degree of
the Church of Satan. Of the Church of Satan, and then also the word MAGA, if you translate it, I think it's Latin and some other languages, they all mean things like witch, magic, sorcerer. That's it. Yeah, what I see. So I look at Trump as some type of sorcerer. He puts spells on people and shit.
They're all sorcerers. Hold on, so they're all sorcerers practicing spells.
But I do believe that all of them behind the scenes, well, you've got the think tanks, and then you've got the people who tell the think tanks what to do, and the think tanks tell our politicians what to do. So it's these. I think these people that we see are just the faces, you know, the figureheads, the fall guys, you know, stuff like that. It's theater to me. It's like a bad soap opera. It's kind of like that Project 2025. You know, it was specifically made for Trump. It's got his name in there like hundreds of times. And I hope he doesn't follow through all that shit in there, because there's a lot of crazy shit in there. But if he does, it just proves that it's not him deciding what to do. It's somebody else. That doesn't mean that they're not crooked. All these politicians, definitely they are. Especially when it comes to lobbying. I'm a U.S. citizen living in Australia, and I've never been to America. What? How does that work, Maggot? Your parents were American? Yeah, stunt dummies. It's like wrestling. You got your heel, and I forget the name of the other guy. It's scripted, you know, all that shit. Maggot, you know. How do you like Australia, Maggot?
You see these pictures?
Yeah.
These are like, there's tons of them.
Wow. That's wild.
There's these things all over the world that have accounts of the stars falling from the sky. So I came across this video about a few days ago, and it just hit me. And I said, no. You see right here.
So I'm sure by now you've probably seen plenty of videos showing magnesium falling from the sky.
But it's magnesium and thermite. I think magnesium burns white and thermite burns yellow, or vice versa. But this looks just like the drawings. That looks like stars are falling from the heavens.
You're right.
My point is, they've been had weapons and technology. None of this shit is new. But they, you know, they want to create a narrative of lies. They want us to believe our ancestors were cave people and dumb.
No.
When we're in reality, we're dumb, and they were very intelligent.
Yep. I feel the same way.
And I'm not trying to disrespect us by saying we're dumb, but yeah, we're less intelligent than the ancestors.
Well,
We didn't.
they're Mhm.
Well, go ahead.
I was just gonna say their tools, just about every tool they had benefited them. Although they used some of these tools they had for torture and stuff like that too, and war, of course. But our tools make us dumb, like, you know, especially now with AI, where it's gonna do everything for us and shit. We don't have to fucking know everything.
I think they had computers and at some point, and then there was a war. You ever seen the movie Nine? How it's basically like a movie where this guy, we could say the guy is God, right? Because this is what it reminds me of. And the guy created 9 like I'll call them figurines, and each one had a piece of his soul. So it was almost like 9 versions of him because he used his soul to make them. And those 9 figures he also created the machine. Now the machine was like AI. It was self-learning, and it was building its own weapons to destroy, I'll say, the world. And you know, it's a good movie. I don't want to say too much, but
Was it like claymation or something?
what's that?
I just looked
Like,
up.
using clay for animation.
Yeah, was it an animation type thing?
Yeah, I don't think they used clay, but it was definitely cartoon.
Oh, I meant stop motion. I think that's what they call it, right? Stop motion. Or maybe it was just computer animated, but that's one you're talking about, right? It's set in an alternative. Okay.
So if you want to look it up, it's a good movie. They always, to me, I think they put truth in a lot of movies and TV shows because they don't want to come out and say it. They'll put it in code.
Right, they have to say it according to their rules of karma or spell, whatever, where they have to say what they're going to do, right? But it doesn't have to be like, it could be hidden as long as they said it.
Because, you know, when I say we're dumb, we're not that dumb. Just for the fact that we figure this shit out, we're intelligent. But, excuse me, we don't, I don't think the ancestors, you know, went through what we went through. Could be wrong. I didn't live then, so I'm not sure. I'm just speculating.
I mean, look at this. For the past thousands of years, parents passed down skills like gardening and like basic skills to survive and shit like that, passed it on and on and on until like our generation where they stopped doing that. Well, maybe, you know, not ours, but 1940s, let's say 30s. Parents are not passing down the knowledge to their parents. I mean, to their kids. And so we are getting dumber in certain things, you know. Like, man, my grandpa, he knew so much shit, dude. I would have been like a master grower if I learned from him. But at the time, you're a little kid, you don't know. You don't realize it. If I realized it, I would have been hanging out with my grandpa fucking every day, watching him, learning, you know.
This is Germany in the 1890s. You see how the train, I love showing this video, man,
Elevated
because
train.
these are my ancestors.
Yeah.
You know,
they're known for their engineering.
Yeah. Now, the thing I have with this old world, I personally don't think the whole world was Tartaria. I just think the whole world was advanced, and these people traveled and built architectures all around the world that were the same. You know, they communicated. They probably had flying in their blimps and other technology, but like, I think a war happened, and that's why you see even these, you know, people disagree with me with these giant trees, these titanic trees. The stumps are everywhere.
The mountains and stuff you're talking about?
No, not necessarily all the mountains. Some people say those are titans because I see faces in them if you turn them to the side, and it's not pareidolia.
Can you believe that my grandfather, one of my grandfather's side, because I'm half Polish. So my Polish grandfather, his peoples, meaning many generations back, were Tartars. So I'm part Tartar. And at the time, I don't know what happened in that area around Ukraine and all that, wherever the Tartarian, it wasn't a
China and
kingdom.
Russia around there.
Yeah, and for some reason they had a lot of them left. I don't know, there was war or something, and there's a lot of Tartars in Poland. That Poland took them in.
Yeah, my grandpa was Polish and my grandma was German.
Well, that's cool. That's awesome.
Then you know, my mom's Polish and German, or German and Polish. And then you got to throw on my father's side, which is Lithuanian and Italian, which is another weird mixture. But people say I got the three most hot-headed cultures: Italian, German, and Polish. So I used to get rammed in the dome piece of shit, and it wouldn't even phase me. People be like, you got that hard Polish dome. Polish people do have big dome pieces, though. Like 100% Polish people, they got big dome pieces.
Oh yeah, for sure. I know that for a fact. Living with, I've known hundreds of Polish people and a bunch of family.
And they
on my
fight.
dad's side, I don't know if you're familiar with gypsies. They're all around the world.
They own a business right up the street from me. My friend works. They're all gypsies. It's a tar. Yeah, tar.
Driveways, roofs.
Yep. Gypsies. I've always wanted to like meet a gypsy. I probably met gypsy people, but I love the culinary arts and different, you know, backgrounds and stuff and cultures.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the gypsies are like the holders of culture.
And they're spiritual too, man.
Yeah, music, food, dress, like all that stuff. Even in India, there's a lot of gypsies in India, and they're the holders of ancient like poems and songs. They were never written down. These are all passed down through the generations, and they tell stories of the people from 2,000 years ago. It's fucking awesome. But my family, my dad's side, were mainly musicians, horse trainers, and basket weavers, because they do hustles. They do side. They don't work for the man, you know.
And they're superstitious too. Very superstitious. My friend was telling me his bosses are very superstitious.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just like a front. Sometimes, like the fortune telling families.
Yeah,
a lot of that is. Yeah, it's a hustle. Yeah, and
reading cards and all that. I found out by reading Secret Teachings of All Ages. Manly P. Hall explains that that's what playing cards are. They were used to. It became illegal in certain countries, so they would take the cards. Playing cards in front like they're playing a game with them. They put numbers on them, but in reality, they were to read horoscope, I guess, or you know what I mean, tarot cards.
Yep.
Now, how true that is, I don't know. It was just in the book.
I'll tell you. Well, so I believe the tarot cards the gypsies brought them to Europe, mainly France, I believe, and then the French were like, we came up with the tarot cards. It's like, no, it was brought from like other parts of the world.
Let me pull out. I think you're right, because I remember it saying that in this book.
Yeah, there's a lot of gypsies.
Yeah, I gotta buy that book, man. The Book of Wisdom. I gotta buy that. I'm like, I keep thinking about it every day. I got the money.
Who's that written by? Are you talking about the Bible book or a different book?
Oh no, there's this guy. He has a channel, and he wrote a book called The Book of Wisdom. It's in my channel. I'm on chapter. I do 3 chapters each video, so they're like 20 minutes of video. I'm on chapter. I forgot.
Like an audio book?
Well, I'm making it audio. I'm reading the PDF file, but I want to buy his book. I want to support him too. It's his stuff, you know.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's cool. I
Yeah.
read something like 1,000-page book online with a buddy of mine. It was basically about cannabis botany, getting real technical and stuff in there. But that was a lot of fun, just chilling there with my friend. He knows all this stuff. I would read, pages and pages, and he'd like summarize them and shit. It was fun.
I could buy the book, but then it takes out of my money that's budgeted for the month. I was just gonna sacrifice it and be like, fuck it. Jesus didn't eat for 40 days. No.
No, I mean, I think you're good. Like, maybe not right now, but eventually when you got the money or whatnot, or a little extra money, I don't think that's a big deal. You read the PDF and all that, and maybe 4 or 5 months from now, you got extra money, you could pay for it.
You got an email, Jay Huyton? I can email you my address. I've given it to people to send stuff. I don't have no problem giving my address. I have nothing to hide. And, people be like, but they could steal your identity. You ain't gonna get shit out of it. My credit's shot through the roof. What are you gonna do? I didn't know hospital bills and other bills catch up to you, man. That's the only thing I can think of. I never had a credit card. Thank God, man. Fuck them things. But hospital bills and other bills will ruin your credit. Fuck credit, man. Credit is just this one guy I was speaking to one day told me, because I was speaking my the way I see things, and he's like, you're dumb. You're supposed to build your credit up. That's what life's about, working and building your credit up to get a house and this. And I'm like, yeah, when you die, right, that shit's gonna go right back to the bank, and they're gonna sell it to the next dummy. To me, in my opinion, they just want you to be in debt, man. That's it. They want you to keep borrowing. And to me, you're building your credit up to get a loan or this and that. You're just building credit up to borrow.
Yeah. You got to borrow to borrow.
Yeah.
Because we start off with like no credit, right? When we turn like 18 or whatnot, we have 0 credit, which sucks.
I don't know, Jay Huyton, how to send you that, but the only way I could say is by email, or you would have to come up here and I could put it in the back chat, but I don't know if you have an email. Even if you don't want to give your email, you could just make a quick booty email and just use it just for that and then erase it. I've tried. I bought these bananas. I was telling people last week, and these fruit flies came. That's where they had to have come from, because they were on the banana and they multiplied because there's plants in my house. So I caught up at least 8 of them were on this plant, and I'm like, motherfuckers. I tried fly paper. They're too smart. They won't go to the fly paper. These little buggers, man, are very intelligent. These little flies, if that's what they are. They're real little.
Yeah. Do you grow cannabis?
Oh, no.
No.
I wish. I've tried. The 840 show piece. I've tried, in the past. I've gotten seeds. I used to get large amounts of bud and bag it up and sell it to make profit and stuff. And every once in a while, I get 1 or 2 seeds in that good bud, and I would save them up. So one day I germinated 8 seeds, and 6 out of 8 fucking sprouted. Now I didn't know. I'm not a botanist, freaking professional, but I didn't know you have to put 2 seeds together. A male and female, I don't know, whatever. But I had 1 plant, man, that made it. I was walking to my friend's backyard, and the germinated seed, they flew into the lawn, and I couldn't find So out of 6, I only had 2. I lost 4 of them in his lawn. They were these little germinated things with roots. But the point is, it fucking grew, and it started coming in like you could see all the keef, you know, the shiny
Mm-hmm.
in the front. It was a purple stem, and it was nice. It was growing. I'm like, word, and then it just stopped, and I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? Would I buy a dud? The bud started coming in and everything, but it just, I don't know what happened. It was a nice bud. I was able to pick it.
Yeah.
You know, after a while, it just wasn't doing that no more. It stopped. I don't know. I was
It
doing
does
something
that.
wrong.
Well, it does do that when you switch it into flower. I don't know if that's what you did. You give it less light and it starts to bud. It then stops growing. It stretches a little bit and then it stops going and it focuses just on the buds. I don't know if that's what happened, but.
Well, I had it on my friend's porch,
Mhm.
and then I took it home, and I don't know. I don't know what I did wrong. I think I have a couple seeds somewhere. I was gonna try it again. All right, I'll put my I'm trying to think what email. I gotta make an email just for this channel. I should do that right now. I could put it out for everyone to email me. No disrespect to no one, but I have emails. But
yeah.
Let me see. I don't mind giving you my email, Jay Heighton, but I just don't want to put it here where everyone could see it. Not saying anyone here, but you know, people watch the video again if I leave it up, and then you get crazy people. Like I did that with my my Telegram. I was getting people. I had put my Telegram thing in the description. I was getting some crazy shit. Like people on hookers and stuff will start sending their, like on YouTube, or like just the craziest shit, man.
Yeah.
I had to go erase all that information. All right. Here, I'll put my email here. Yeah, I know somebody that comes to this channel. Works for either StreamYard, or they be listening, or they work for YouTube. I wouldn't be surprised if they send spies out, right? But check this shit out. I was talking one day. I had 3 channels. I have this one, and I have another one. And they're always in the description anyway. But fucking, I had a 3rd channel when I thought I was gonna lose the channel, and then I lost the password to it, so I couldn't sign back in it.
Yeah.
I had mentioned it. It was funny. I had mentioned it on here, and everything was working. StreamYard had saved it. I was able to go live on there. I was able to still. And then my dumbass opened my fucking mouth, and within 2 days later, I was locked out again. I said, "Get the fuck out of here." StreamYard locked me out. Like, who gives them the right to come in my shit? And I said, maybe someone else. Now it's gone. It's gone. They completely took it away now.
Weird.
So that channel's gone. I didn't let go of that. All right, Jay Heighton. Yeah, I'll send you my address, whenever you email me.
Yeah, I had 3 channels.
If you send that book, I'll read that shit in one night probably.
I had 3 channels. They terminated one of them, and I had no access to it. So all my videos, everything were gone. It sucked. You know what it was is, you know how when when on YouTube when a video you're watching ends, and then all of a sudden there's a bunch of links up there with
Oh
thumbnails.
yeah.
Well, I was watching something on my live, and then when it ended, it had a video link up there, thumbnail of like some statue or like painting, something like that, with a chick with boobs. But it was like some historical thing from like hundreds of years ago or something, you know?
Yeah,
And
they've gotten me too with that, man.
oh man,
Somebody reports it. Look, I got proof that people are grimy like that. If they don't like you, right? Even if you get in a problem with someone, those people will get in their feelings and try to ruin your channel, man. They'll report you if you say something they don't like, or
yeah,
and I got proof of other channels speaking on doing that. And to
Yeah.
me, that's fucking whack. You don't do that to people, man. That to me,
I
that's
agree with
ultimate disrespect and fake. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway,
Yeah, I
yeah,
totally agree.
they'll definitely. I had a picture of an old Masonic, and the lady had one boob out and one boob in. It's like sort of like closing one eye and having one open. It was that type of symbolism, and it was an old queen in this old esoteric pictures and stuff I was going through,
Yeah.
and they fucking took my video down and struck me for indecent exposure or some shit, and I'm like, and it was like a 2-second shot. It was like you would have to like slow it down to see it, or if you turned your head and came back, it'd probably be gone. But yeah. And then what really pisses me off too, I'll see other channels have no issues.
Yep.
They don't even get in trouble. Or I'll play, it happened to me the other day, I was playing Richie from Boston stuff. They took my video down and said it was medical misinformation. But I go to his channel, it's his content now.
Yeah.
All I did was share it. And it gets taken down, and I go there, his is still up with like 40, 50,000 views. It's
Yeah.
like, you gotta be kidding me, man.
Yeah.
So fake.
840 in the chat. He when he goes live, he plays all sorts of music. They never give him a problem. Whatever he plays, never had a problem.
They always hit me with copyrights. If I play a Mobb Deep or a Wu-Tang, they hit me with copyright. They hate me, these people. YouTube's got, I've been here since YouTube had no problem. You could do whatever you want for the most part. You could play music, you can, use people's stuff. This was when YouTube was good until the government took them to court, and that lady was so scared, like she didn't have rights. Because the flat earthers were tearing apart NASA. We destroyed all their fucking lies. And then it got so bad that we were destroying we were calling them out and everything. The so-called truth community, back when people could come together.
Before the shadow ban of everything flat earth?
Yeah. Oh, man. I had, for 2 weeks straight, I had about 520 videos back then. Probably less than that. Maybe. Between 380 and I'll say 550. Like, it don't matter. The point is, it was like 2 weeks. They were taking videos down, talking about you violated this and this. They were just taking them down, not really striking me. But they went through every I had shit 2-3 years old, and they were like, oh, violate, got to take it down. They went through my whole channel.
Yep. I've had that before.
I don't care. If the money was good, I would get monetized. But I just, maybe other people, I'm not hating on people. Do what you want, man. That's your decision. But me, I just want to be myself and talk about what I want. And if I don't agree with stuff, I shouldn't have to shut my mouth. This is America. We're supposed to be able to free. And this country is based in America. Since when does policies override? Anyway, that shit though. It's just whatever. It's their platform, their rules. I get it.
Yeah, it's just the same as if like somebody walked in your house and they start talking shit, you'd kick them out, type thing.
Yeah.
But Kick, right? Have you been on Kick where you can pretty much say anything you want, play anything you want?
Oh, for real? I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
check them out. I went to Odyssey. I got an Odyssey. I got a BitChute. I really don't like them. I like the way YouTube is. You know, I'm used to it, and I just
You
don't.
might like
I don't
Kick. It's very similar.
yeah, is YouTube?
Yeah, I mean it's not
I'm
exactly
gonna have to
alike,
check
but
it out.
one of my buddies just went there to stream, so I'm gonna be hanging out there with him.
Oh, Kick. Aiden Ross went to Kick from YouTube. I seen some video. This guy Aiden Ross or whatever.
Hmm I
Um,
think I've
he
I think I've
allegedly
seen
went
him
to
before.
Kick. He got like a couple mil to go over there. Look at uh what's that guy's name? I forget. Joe Rogan, that
Yeah,
trader.
yeah. I
You
don't know.
know,
Never liked that
do
dude.
you remember when he said, "I'll lie to my mother for $1 million. If they gave me $1 million, I'll lie to my mother." Little. Couple months later, he had on a NASA shirt after he said the moon landings are fake and ba ba
Yeah,
ba,
yeah. What's
and
up
he
with that? It
switched
was
up.
he got paid off. Is it that you're saying that's what happened? Why he stopped talking about it and believing it? That it was that it never happened. It was fake. Because yeah, he used to even believe partially in the flat Earth, right? Hanging out with what's his name? I think his name was Joe too, wasn't it? The Hispanic dude.
Well, you could put something in there, Jay Height, and we'll all know it's you. Think of something that you don't have to say on here, but I'm trying to think what you could do. That I'll know it's you.
Fucking Joe Rogan. Totally flipping.
Damn, I'm trying to think of something slick, man. Um, and it's kind of hard because people hear me say it on here, but I'll probably end up putting this as private anyway, because most of these videos, fucking the stuff I talk about, I just can't take a chance. They love fucking spanking me. I wouldn't be surprised if they hire people like, YouTube. I guarantee you they hire people to go to streams and just act like they're a part of the so-called. It's not even a movement. It's common sense, man. People are like the truth movement. It ain't no movement to me. It's just having common sense, open-minded. The government is freaking out. They're like, we got to do something about this internet, man. They're recruiting people by the millions, Trump said, because we're tearing their whole paradigm apart. All their lies are coming to an end. Their paradigm's about to shift. We're about to shake them off of that thing. They're nervous.
Yeah, I watched a lot of debates on flat Earth. I've watched a lot of videos. I've had a lot of conversations. One of my good friends is a flat earther, or he calls it something else. I forget what. Then when they shadow banned, like you search on YouTube, I don't know how it is now, but at one point I could search flat Earth and get all these videos by all sorts of streamers and stuff. And then one day I look and I can't find any other than like ones debunking the flat Earth or making fun of them and shit like that. I think if you scroll enough, you finally get some flat Earth shit. I don't know if they changed it. It'd be cool if they did, because they shouldn't be hiding information. I don't see how. I guess I see how they would want to stop it, but it doesn't hurt anything. It doesn't hurt, and at least us. It's just you could say it's just information. That's it. Not like flat earthers are hurting anybody or anything like that, ganking up and.
All you
I
gotta
mean,
do,
they're
Jay Hyden, is put down who my favorite rap group is. You gotta know that, Jay Hyden.
ASAP. Is that the name? ASAP? I heard you say that earlier.
Oh no, that was the instrumental. I'm gonna send
Oh,
Hurricane JW because I'm gonna make an EP called "Fuck the One World Government," but I wanna make music with a couple people.
I remember I watched George Bush Sr. talk about the New World Order.
I remember that. I was a baby for the most part.
I was
Yeah,
I
he
was
was a clown. That guy. Is he alive? No, he died. That's right.
Yep.
Thank God.
That's when that one letter got passed. Forget who got it. There was some type of letter that got passed, and whoever read it had like a shocked look on their face. But yeah, with the flat Earth, I'm on the fence. I do know that when I was a little kid and nobody taught me the globe, I thought the Earth was flat. I remember way back to like 3 years old, because I came from a different culture, a different world. So I remember a lot of that. But I remember thinking about it, just walking down the sidewalk as a little kid, going to play. Everything's flat. The sidewalk's flat. Wherever I go is flat. There were mountains, but for the most part, it didn't seem like a globe. That's for sure. Like we don't know it's a globe until they tell us it is. Same thing with the sun. I guess it rising and setting. To us, it doesn't look like the sun is going around us. They had to tell us what's happening. I like some of these videos I've seen of the sun moving across the sky and setting. It's like a straight line practically. I mean, it looks like it comes from far away, goes through, and then goes into the distance to the next area. Well, don't believe your eyes, guys. Next vision remote viewing. Remote viewing. Now that's a topic.
Sorry about that. I had to get coffee. I walked away for a second. What's up, Misael? Max Vision and a K47. $3. You get $3 for coming here twice a week. Damn.
That's funny, dude.
That's terrible.
Man, I get 50 cents per visit. No, there is a lot of
No. YouTube's cheap. You know how much companies pay YouTube to play their commercials for the most part. That's what I think.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's
they
how
make
they get
money.
paid.
They pay people shit. Unless
Yeah.
you're like Eminem, because you know Eminem and these rich people, they're not gonna come on here for no crumbs. They're
Right.
gonna have to come out their pockets. Like Snoop said, I don't know if I believe him. He said $200,000 for a verse. He is not worth no 200 grand for a verse. Yeah, he's
Hell no.
popular and all that good stuff, but he's not that lyrical. I'm not paying him
I never
quarter.
really liked him. I never really
Me
liked him.
neither.
I think if you listen to just the sound of his voice, it's not cool. It's kind of annoying.
He's just known for being a pot smoker, and that's why people love him. That's it.
Mhm.
His music's alright. He had some good jams,
Yeah.
but my friend didn't love him, but my friend really liked Snoop. He would get his albums or burn them. Me, I only like his first album. I ain't even gonna lie, and a couple
Mhm.
other songs he made. But other than that, just like Jay-Z, people say, "Oh man, he's not even all that Jay-Z." Well, he talks about his fucking cars and chains. Like Rockefeller, to me, was the lamest. Nah, that ain't true. Because Beanie Siegel, I like Beanie. He had Beanie Siegel was nice with rhymes. But I listened to like Mobb Deep, Prodigy from Mobb Deep, and Helter Skelter.
They have this thing called conscious rap, was what we used to call it.
Yeah, like Common was in that. I didn't really listen to Common or I like the RZA, the Jizza. They could be in the conscious rap. Who you remember? What do they call the grave diggers? They try to make a whole new like rock and rap, a whole new genre. It was called what was the grave diggers? And they called it horrorcore, right? I'm like, what the fuck? And then they try to put it was the grave diggers because it was kind of like a mixture of not death metal, but they had sort of a mixture of
Was it more industrial sounding? Industrial music?
More gothic, like the devil and
yeah, dark sounds.
Yeah, grave diggers, but people would think the grave diggers means they spoke a lot of truth. Like if you listen to the that Wu-Tang song from the Jizza album, Fourth Chamber, RZA's verse, they had to after the double album they really quieted Wu-Tang down because if you listen to their music before the double album, there's so much seeds they're dropping in their lyrics, especially the RZA talks about a lot of like Ebola in that song Tragedy. He mentions that, and that didn't come out until later. I mean, then I looked it up, and it was around a long time, but I never heard of it like that. I mean, the RZA talked about the government raping lands and this graping. All sorts of stuff, but they had to quiet that down, man. They were opening too many eyes.
You'd probably like this one song. Fuck, I'd have to find it again. It's this chick rapping. For a bit, I got into Chicago rap, like 2013, 2012. I found these dudes, there's a couple dudes, and they had a few hundred subscribers, and they were like 13 years old or something, and they're rapping. And I'm like, these dudes are gonna be famous someday. They make good music. And then the other kid was the beat maker, and so it was all these kids, and they lived in the worst part of Chicago on the south side. And I'm like, this is cool. Like they're doing something good with their lives and shit. And over time, they grew and grew. Before you know it, I don't know if you ever heard of Little Dirk. He's multi-millionaire and shit.
He's in jail now.
Oh yeah, he had a, I don't get these people, dude. When you're in the ghetto and you start making money, you get out. You can send money to whomever, somebody's doing, your family or your friends.
I wouldn't trust nobody, man.
But
Because
I
look, his
was,
own friend snitched on him.
yeah, I was just get the
His
fuck out of
associate.
Chicago. There's plenty of beautiful suburbs over there or a different state, but no, they still fuck around.
Well, he allegedly paid for a hit. And to me, the only way you can get away with that shit, see, the problem is you're speaking and you're talking to someone. That's already too much. You got to hire someone to do it because you're scared to do it yourself and getting caught. People say, "Oh, that's what powerful people do, man. They have people do things for them. I'm a general." That's dumb. Because now too many people already know now. One person's too many.
Do you know what it was about? Why he wanted this other dude dead?
Because of that other rapper allegedly, this is what they're saying on the internet. How true it is, I don't know. I didn't read the paperwork yet. People say there's paperwork. I watched this guy, he just did 30 years in the federal prison. What's his name? I like his channel, man. He speaks a lot of real stuff, and he really tells it how it is to the youth because they think it's cool to go to prison. That shit ain't cool.
Oh, hell no.
There's nothing cool about going to prison, and it ain't about being a bitch or none of that.
In Chicago, though, it's like a generation. It's like a generational thing. My daddy went to prison. My grandpa went to prison.
Yeah, that's
so
wild.
I gotta go to prison. It's like a rite of passage or something. It's weird, man.
It's a rite of ignorance.
Right?
Cause I thought it was cool, and I thought that's what it was about to go to prison when I was younger, and I still didn't get it in my head. And I did 2 years from 14 to 16. And when I came home, I shit you not even a month later, I was already in trouble. They took my case. I was on parole as a youth, and I got arrested in a raid. Not even a month or two after being home, I'm already into shit, getting in a raid. Fucking transferred my case to an adult. I was just fucking crashing out, like not that type of crash out. I'm talking about just destroying my life stupidly. And then I'm on adult, going to court for that, facing time. It was never ending, man. From the time I got in trouble from 13, I said this the other day, till I was about, I think it was around 26, 27. I finally got out of prison, free, no probation, no nothing. Because to me, having papers is a setup. It's a setup, man. For me, it is. Because I'm a fuck up. I don't like people telling me what to do as it is. And they kept saying to stop smoking weed, and I just wasn't doing that. I must have gave so many dirty earns. But you asked that little Dirk thing, it was because of King Von, allegedly. He hired someone. They were saying from the guy's channel I watch, let me get his name because he just shared the video.
So yeah, my whole point of mentioning him was that through them I found other Chicago kid rappers, and then there was a bunch of them I was following and listening to and downloading their music and listening to it, and eventually a lot of them fucking became either like semi-famous or famous.
They don't have good elders, bro. They don't even want to listen to elders no more. You know, even in New York, they say fuck the elders, and then they end up regretting it because the elders are just trying to guide them in the right direction. I'm glad I listened to. I had elders growing up that weren't just my mother. You know, people that would drop seeds and wisdom, just trying to help people to not make the same mistake. Damn, I thought this guy just shared a video. Name of his channel is Chad Marks. That's his name, Chad Marks, and he talked about the paperwork for Lil Durk. And he said that they were tracking it. He hired people. Well, the guy wore a wire on Lil Durk, I guess. And in the paperwork, the guy that I think went and did the hit, they left a trace. They left breadcrumbs for the FBI. You know, they took a plane from Chicago to LA. Then there's traces of them coming back right after the incident happened. It's like, dude, it's just, what do they think? Like, they're not going to be tracked, and if that's the case, that means they use their real name on the ticket or something.
Right.
Like, I would get somebody to buy the tickets that I don't know how it works. I've never been on a plane. I'm pretty sure you got to give up your license, your fingerprints, your iris scan. They probably want to test your shit stool. Like, in America, just to buy cigarettes, you got to give an iris scan. I got gray hair in my beard, and people still ID me sometimes. I'd be like, damn, bro, are you kidding me? They want to track everything, man, that you do. America's it's better than other countries, but it has its downfalls, man. It just reminds me of the greatest illusion ever created. They tell you you're free, but you still gotta ask for permission. It's wild. And we get to vote for our slave masters. That's why we're free.
I can't believe I can't find the song. It was this chick rapping, and she's like a conscious rapper. Fuck. I wanted to share it.
KRS-One, man, was like one of the first conscious rappers. KRS-One. Knowledge reigns supreme. I don't know.
Yeah, I was into rap when I was younger, and then I got very like religious and spiritual, and I stopped listening to all music of how
I know why. Do you know about cymatics and frequencies and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. When I started finding out about this stuff and symbols and how everything carries energy, like, my mom used to tell me, man, it's the music. You got to change your music, right? And I used to think, because she didn't like my music, she would listen to it and be like, oh my God, what the? It's poisoning your mind. It was, literally.
Yeah.
That's real shit. I'm not going to deny it. It was. When I listen to, it's crazy. Like, if I listen to classical music, I have a clear mind. And then I went and I put on some hardcore, like, Gravediggers and shit. And it was like, I could see the difference, my mind's thoughts that it was producing. You know, I'm hearing selling drug, shoot this one, and my thoughts start getting violent and shit. I'm like, man, fuck this dude, right? I start thinking the negative shit. It's the vibration, the frequencies. I always wonder how these witches know. Like, how did they figure out? Like, I think of Pan, that deity, right? Pan, that plays the flute. And he would play his flute and lure the children in through playing his music.
Well, gypsies all around the world, they play in the streets. They have bands. Like, I was taught guitar from my father. He was taught by grandpa, and grandpa was taught by his father how to play the guitar. I taught my kids how to play the guitar. But there's a lot of violins. They play all sorts of instruments, but they were known in Europe and other parts of the world for tugging on people's hearts and make them cry just with their music, right? Playing a violin or something a certain way, hitting certain notes, right? And they could also make you joyous and wanting to dance and being happy, right? So they're like controlling your emotions with fucking strings, literally. And
exactly,
another point I had,
and that's what the news stations do. They pluck your heartstring with all these fake stories. You ever mute? Damn, there's that they donate money to the Africans. That commercial, and they play the sad music, and they show pictures of starving children. Well, one day I muted that bitch, and I'm just looking at the pictures, and I'm like, man, I don't even feel that sad now that I muted it. But then when they play that
music,
so have you ever
watched Have you ever watched a movie and wanted to like cry, like it was some
Yeah.
scene, but it had this music, they
Yeah.
hit a certain note and it like touches you. It's not even what's
Yeah.
going on in the screen. And I mean, I've noticed this like for a long time. I believe it's certain notes or chords that affect us differently, right?
It's awesome. Because I thought that was just me. It's good to hear other people analyze themselves like I do. I used to think I was a lunatic because I always think deeply
Nah.
and look within myself. I'd be like, why does this certain music make me feel this way? I always be thinking when I was younger, why does, like, even with the movies, there were times it made me want to cry, and I'm like, why? Why am I
Yeah,
crying?
yeah, exactly.
And I'm like, what the
Exactly.
fuck's going on here? What?
Yeah.
And every time I would watch that movie, that same incident would happen. I'm like, dude, catch on to things. And I'm like, then I learn about cymatics and frequencies and how, certain frequencies and sounds affect the waters in our body. And then you got, it deals with electricity and nerve centers and on and on.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, I had a question about, are you familiar with concentric circles, especially if they're moving and what effect it has on us? And
And a little
so,
bit. I've heard of them.
so check this
Explain.
out. Look at any news station, like especially the opening, like Fox News or something. And if you look at their like intros, and even when they go to commercial and come back, there's a series of like globes, circles. A lot of times they're moving, and then like a lot. Also, when you watch these news stations' backgrounds, um, a lot of times there's stuff moving there too, like spinning or a stripe or
How about
graphics.
the TV days? Remember at like 1 in the
Ding,
morning, the
ding,
TV would go
ding.
off? Yeah, or to go beep. They
But
would
back
show the
in
light
the,
spectrum sometimes, like the light spectrum, or there
you're
would be
right.
weird symbols would
Yeah.
pop in.
You remember what they did? So that whole thing I was talking about is to get people to be suggestible and kind of like hypnotized almost to the news,
I
the
know what you mean.
information.
People said the church bell every day at noon in the
Yes,
towns. Bing,
but
bing.
before,
That's wild.
but back in the 70s, maybe 80s still, 60s probably. I don't know when it started, but there would be a tone before the news started. Ding, 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 or some shit like that. It was like at every
Yeah,
state,
in the
every news
50s.
station.
It's something in there. I remember hearing about that. You could still look that up today,
Yeah,
actually.
you'd hear it. It was like everybody knew it. They memorized it practically because it was there all the fucking time before
Let me
the
see
news
if I can
started.
Google it and find it. I'm interested. Now, hold on. This is the movie I was talking about. If you ever want to watch it, 9.
Yeah, I've
Damn, it
got it
came out.
bookmarked.
Look, it came out September
Yeah.
9th, 2009. That's wild. But this is
666 upside down. If you look at it upside down, it's
true.
6066.
A
Pan.
9,
I know
a
Pan.
9, I think a 6. The 9 is a reflection of the 6 and vice versa. Just like a W is a reflection of an M, or vice versa. You could take, they're all symbols anyway. Letters, numbers, just,
Can you play
see?
the pan flute?
Oh no, his other nipples there. I thought it was symbolism because that chick I was talking about, would always have one boob hanging
Yeah,
out. It's in a lot of esoteric stuff, and I always
I didn't
wondered
know
why.
that.
Some have milk coming from the boob, like some of these
Huh.
esoteric symbols I have. Oh, let me
Are
do away with that before they
you
say
ever
that too much.
do you ever go to like Eastern religions or beliefs or whatever, like let's say India, the Hindus, what their images and stuff like that?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I
They
agree
have
with the Hindus as far as us being God,
have
and
you
I don't
ever
mean the creator or the
yeah.
energy that keeps everyone alive, which would be God, but
You
The
know,
only
the Bible
temple God
says that.
dwells in is our
Yeah,
temple. That's because we are God. We're an extension
yeah.
of the source.
But you do know that in the old book, it does say the same thing. Jesus said that to his followers. They're like, "Don't you know that you guys are gods? Like, what's up with that? Don't you know it?"
Christians
You're like,
want to serve people.
yeah.
They don't know how to serve themselves.
Mhm. I mean, yeah, supposedly we're God's children, right? Well, you think his children would be gods too. The way I look at it is we're mini gods, but we
Well,
are
you
God.
can't
We are
depend on
gods.
them.
But I think by
If you,
definition, we are God-like for sure, dude. For
yeah,
sure.
I can't
We
trust that God in the Bible, man. He left Jesus
no.
for dead on the cross. His own
Well,
son.
we'll have to talk about that sometime, but off. I
It's
think.
allegorical, I think, a lot of
Yeah.
them stories. Or not think they are. A lot of them.
Oh, a lot of
But it's
them
all
straight up are.
speculation. How do we know what these authors really meant? Like, people could take what they want out of the Bible and manipulate it into their own perspective. And that's what most preachers do. So I've heard many different angles on these stories, like many versions, and it's like a lot of them. I'd be like,
You
oh,
know,
okay.
it's kind of like a puzzle. So if you read something like, let's say, in some book later on in time, and it says something, you have to find somewhere else in the old books that says the same thing, or is close enough, and then you're like, okay. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it has to be. It's like a puzzle. It has to come together. If it doesn't come together, it doesn't come together. It's kind of like making connections, like we do with a lot of things. That's how I view it. Kind of like a puzzle. It's like meant to be studied, not so much just read. I mean, some things are good to just read. The ones I like are ones that don't talk about belief necessarily or God even. They're like books in there that just tell you it's like wisdom. It's like tips. It's like a guidebook, something like that, And there's a bunch of tips in there. The Bible has a lot of, at least one book. There might be another one, and a lot of the lessons are through stories. But this one is just tips, and yeah, that's what it is. Even if you just read like one book that you find helpful, which wouldn't be probably like Genesis or like the historical stuff, or maybe the
I like
end
Book
stuff.
of Enoch. Book of Enoch was pretty cool. I didn't read the whole
Yeah,
thing, or the Book of Giants, because it's like they want to hide the fact that taller people existed. If you look at
there's tribes
what
in
was it?
Africa that are like 7 feet
Uh,
tall. And then there's the pygmies that are like what, like 3 feet tall or something. They're like really small people. They're not even like
you gotta
little
look at the
people.
Patagonian tribe in South
Yeah.
America. They were like 8 to 12 feet.
Yeah, like there's a variation in all these billions of people. You're gonna have super tall people, you're gonna have super short people. So I do believe in the giants, although there were hybrids as well. Those giants were different. The Nephilim, those are something. Those were hybrids. Like just like today, people talk about hybrids, human alien hybrids. But they were all, their lineage ended. Oh, I feel like we lost everybody. Nobody's saying anything.
I'm looking for the sign outs back in the day.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I was saying in the.
I want to see if I can
I,
find that one that you
yeah,
talked about,
yeah.
where when
I was
they
talking about
sign
the
in, they'll
chat.
do that bing, bing, bing. I want to see if I can find that.
Yeah,
I
just
found this.
find CBS, Walter Klondike or something like that.
Walter Cronkite sign off. Yeah.
Or it's sign on, I guess.
True.
I got
Remember, I would
another
turn my TV
interesting one.
on and this would be there. This thing, the light spectrum.
Yeah.
That would be on the TV at night when the station's off.
Yep.
People don't remember that. This new.
Yeah, and a lot of times there'd be that tone. Ooh. I don't know if that's exactly what it sounded like, but something like that. Yep. And then sometimes you'd get the American flag, and they would, I think they would play the music, the instrumental, but have the words at the bottom for Star Spangled Banner or whatever it's called, or the other one. I always forget.
Booted myself out, man.
Oh wow, I was saying a bunch of cool shit.
See, I found
Let's
this
see if I
other one.
remember it. Yeah.
I found. Let's see. Well, I didn't live in
Excuse
the 60s and 70s, but they're allegedly saying this would come up when the station went off. But I've never seen this before, I don't think. I could relate to what you said about like symbols and shit that would come on, but I've never seen this one. Look.
Doo, doo, doo.
Look at this shit.
This is the natives. They believed in a circle, or believed, I don't know if believe is the right word, but it was like the 4 cardinal points, and it's spun,
Oh, yeah.
I believe.
That's our map. I
yeah.
think that's our map with the North Pole, and then because that we could line up Jesus cross too, the crossroads, and at the center there's a vortex. That's what I think. You know, I'll show you these old cosmology. I got tons of them.
No,
but
there's a vortex with the ionosphere, right? Like the when we get those CMEs and electric storms from the sun, and you
yeah,
get the poles are the ones that get that first, the South and North Pole.
damn man.
So it's electric.
It's electric, boogie, oogie, oogie.
Yep.
Cosmology, man. NASA's the only one that balled us up. They put us outside the cosmic egg.
Hey, check it out. Remember when I was telling you about circles and globes spinning and stuff at the beginning and breaks of like major news stations? There was another example of this. So the country I was born in was Czechoslovakia at the time. They were communist. And this is, I think, more of a tradition, and I don't think it's a communist thing, but basically every kid in the whole fucking nation went to sleep at the same time. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. 8 p.m., every kid's in bed. There might
That's
be some
wild,
that...
'cause I grew up like that. My mom would make me go to sleep at like 8. That's
Yeah.
wild. I wonder where you got that from.
Well, this is like a cultural thing. The part of the culture is this old cartoon that they've been playing forever. Because at around 7 o'clock, there were cartoons at p.m. And you'd watch the cartoons at 7:30. This swirly thing showed up on the screen, swirls and swirls. And this little, like, it was an animation. Then there was a little animation of a little kid, but he was a devil, because the Czechs are really into devils. Like half the cartoons I grew up on, they're like demons and devils, very pagan. But basically, yeah. And then there'd be a few more cartoons, and then you go to sleep at 8 o'clock, and it was like a ritual. Every fucking kid went through.
That's the point of scaring you, bro. Them devils in the cartoons to push their religion on you. That's wild.
Yeah. It was the swirl. It was concentric circles moving. Absolutely. This was it was weird, dude.
Programming.
It's a type of program, absolutely.
Yes. Even when they do rituals, they use circles, squares, crosses, which is an X. You know, it's just shapes and symbols rule this realm.
It definitely reinforces the globe, dude. There's like globes everywhere if you look for them in the news. You know, the
Yeah,
break
we're
and stuff.
we're we're
It'll
in
show
a
you.
globe. We're in the cosmic egg, and the shell of the egg would be the. You see the aurora borealis coming from the center. Um, it's part of the Taurus field, which is the shell of the egg. Look at this shit in the UN building right here. They say this is behind the Antarctica Treaty. The Antarctica Treaty. It hangs out. This map hangs inside the UN. And yeah, it's true because you could go to the UN website and see it. A lot of people be like, flat earth, man. I know some people are tired of it. But yeah, until somebody finds that curvature, it's on the back of the milk carton. I want to challenge that guy on the star. He created a map like this. This is the moon. He took the moon and mapped our realm out with it, which is pretty fucking cool. And he says all that is land that I don't want to say it's undiscovered. I think the Germans did go to outside lands for sure. And I think we live on a huge plane of existence where there's tons of more land, but the Lord of the Rings keeps us, you know.
Didn't Obama go to Antarctica and the Pope and like all these important people?
I think all that shit, they landed a plane in Alaska somewhere and they said, we're in Antarctica. Like I can't trust anything they say. That's how simple it is. It looks like a bomb landed here, right? No, I look at this, and right where the North Pole is, it looks like someone dropped a fucking missile right there. Boom! And then it spread out like a ripple effect. Yeah. What else would make a circle cut like that so perfect? Yeah. Not the outside circle. I'm talking our realm, you know.
You're talking about the wall, the ice wall, right?
Yeah. That circle, it's just too fine to me. It's like a bomb was dropped there. Boom. Could have been a crater that the giant people were digging out. I wonder where they get those big machines. I don't know. I've never seen a factory build those big machines they have. I've never seen them roll out from a factory. But I'm also not saying that that's what, you know, where they come from. I'm going to jump off here in like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Yeah, no one really didn't come through today. But I'm glad I got to meet some new people, man. That's dope. Like, I'm not about views, you know, or...
Well, I know not everybody likes to talk about this stuff. A lot of groups, I wind up, I mean, I've got a lot of friends I met on here. We still hang out. But a lot of groups I've hung out with, they don't like talking about this stuff. It annoys them.
Well, they can't. Most of them are they getting paid? Because some channels that are they getting paid, they'll stay away from these because they don't want to get in trouble. And that's one reason why I won't sign a contract, because you're not conning me to track me and control me.
Right.
I just want to be me. And if they don't like what I got to say, you don't have to watch it. Don't have to listen. I mean, I don't say that. I say that respectively. I'm not trying to like I'm not hating on no one.
Max
Like when
says
people
there's
come here, what did Max say? When people don't agree with me or they think differently, I'm cool with it because I know life is different. People are gonna think different, and people are not gonna agree with everything, and that's fine. Because I grew up in a time where Republicans, Democrats, none of that mattered. People were cool because we were Americans. You know, like
Yep, that's what it was
nowadays
all
it's
about.
like people can't even race came back, like everything's racist now, and far left or far right. All these division tactics have seemed to become more cancerous.
Yeah. Hey, check it out. I know why nobody's hopped on. There's no link. That's what Max said, and then I checked right now.
What?
It must have come off. Like I've seen that before.
I got it, Max. I'm gonna drop a link. Yeah,
I
I
told my
gotta
friends
redo
to
some. I'm only gonna. I don't know what I want to do, man. It's like it's like most of the people that come here are cool as hell, man, and they've been coming here for a while.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of haters on YouTube too, man, and it was never like this when I first like in 2015. It was way different, man. People were looking to come together. They were looking for like-minded people. And it seems now I get a lot of, you know, people don't want to hear it. They don't want to talk about it. Or I'm not saying you, but I've had other people who really meant it to be they'd be like, oh, you just complaining, man. Just deal with it.
Yeah.
That's why I say like my grandfather's generation were like that. So I start to question myself. Who are these people? But I know you didn't mean that by disrespect. But there's so many, and when people come around and say that, I start to, because they'll speak some so-called truth, and then all of a sudden there's like, anyway, this shit's watered down.
I do know one thing, that 90% of the problems with people is just communication breakdown or miscommunication.
Right.
It's just, you know, people do a lot of things, we take it the wrong way. They say a lot of things, we take it the wrong way. You know,
I have. I've
you
taken
ever
it the wrong way.
You ever argue with somebody and you're both saying the same thing, but you're still arguing? Oh, I hate that when it happens. You agree,
What's up,
but you're
man?
still.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Right on. Hi, Max.
Nice
It's
to
me.
meet you, Keith.
Yeah. Keith. I go by Keith. Yeah.
Okay. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
I've learned a lot since I've started going live. Just talking a lot of. At first, I was nervous to come on here and just. Then I just be myself and everything's cool, because people will catch you quick if you're being fake. People are the good detectives, bro. It seems the internet is a better detective than the actual detectives. We are good at what we like. Researching and shit, I've never seen, but like I said, I'm serious. Like, people on the internet are way better detectives than the fucking actual police.
Yeah, I know. It's wild.
Yeah.
It's so different than it was a few years ago. I mean, I loved the internet like in mid-90s.
You got to be careful, because they've sent the infiltrators in, man. They will act like they're cool with you, and man, they'll slide right in, bro.
Yeah.
Like P. Diddy's oil.
Yeah.
But I've also met a lot of good people, man. More good people than bad. More, way more.
Yeah, you only meet one bad person every once in a while, and they, you know, whether they're having an off day or whether they're after an ego trip or whatever, it's usually so short, you know.
I'm glad new people are. I had I forgot his name. The machine, or he's gonna be mad. I forgot his name, man. What was it?
Yeah.
The machine. It was
The
something
machine
else.
lies. The machine
Yes.
lies.
Nice. He's cool. And Keith just came up. I'm glad to meet new people. That was awesome.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I don't have many people to talk about this stuff with.
Max does
You know.
live streams too, Keith.
Right on.
Yeah, you should come by and chat sometime.
Remote
Yeah.
viewing. Ooh, that's a good
Yep,
subject.
You did,
You know,
you did
Robert.
that last night, right, Max? I missed out again.
Yeah, I'll be doing it tonight. Tonight we're
Did you
doing
read any? What is his name? Robert Monroe.
No.
You have to. Binaural beats.
Yep. Yeah.
I believe he's the one who came up with that.
Oh, okay.
He opened up he had a whole association with looking into astral travel, remote viewing. I think he might have been one of the first people that was remote viewing. All sorts of cool shit.
Yeah.
I used to be amazed when I was younger. My mother would punish me, and I would just lay on my bed and in my mind close my eyes, and I was like, man, I could walk anywhere I want in my mind, man. I could go downtown and picture myself walking down the street. Everything looks just like it's supposed to when my eyes are open.
There's
I
a
could
whole
walk fucking 6 cities over in my
there's a
mind.
whole world. We have a whole map in our minds
Yeah.
that we've created of the world.
Yeah.
And I visited many places multiple times. You know, like it's real. It could be different every time you dream. It could look slightly different or whatever, but for the most part, there is a world up there in the brain.
Yep.
Talking about dreams.
Multiple worlds, in fact. You know, you got different ones.
As many as you can create.
Right.
I had a dream last night, like Martin Luther King had a dream, and it was the most craziest dream. I had a friend in my dream that I haven't seen in about 20 years, man. It was a good friend when I was growing up. And in the dream, I don't even want to say it. I'm ashamed. Like, I don't even know how I dreamed something like this. It was these people I don't even know in my dream. And we were robbing my friend, right? And I'm like, when I woke up, I'm like, this can't be right, man. I would never do that to my boy. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Was it a warning that maybe, I don't know. It was crazy, man. It was a disappointing dream, actually.
I had a dream a few years ago where in the dream I was in a doctor's office and I'm sitting there, my wife to the right, the doctor to the left, and he tells me I have cancer, right? And I wake up and I'm like, damn, that was a weird dream. And I tell my wife and everything. Like a few months later, I'm in a doctor's office. My wife to my right, a doctor to my left, and he tells me I have cancer.
Shut up.
No, for real.
Really?
I've had many like premonitions. I don't know what you would call them.
Yeah.
I had quite a few.
That would change my whole life, bro. As a matter of fact, that's the type of shit that happens to me with thoughts. Like,
I think my body knew, and my body spoke to my brain, if that makes any sense.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah.
you
And,
connected to the ether. That's what you did. You connected to the ether, the
coolest part.
ancestral computer.
Yeah, the coolest part is the way I reacted. The doctor was like, I usually see people react differently. And I'm thinking, I already went
I
through
already
this.
knew.
Yeah. The
Well-
impact wasn't as bad.
Yeah. Yeah, and how you how you react to a disease will have a huge impact on how well your body handles it, you know.
That's very true.
They say it's up to 80% mental.
Yeah.
For disease. So yeah, incredible.
Yeah, I've witnessed what depression can do to a person. You know, my mother was manic depressive, whatever that is. I used to think it's excuses, and in a way, it is. Your mind, you can self-destruct by using your own mind. You can kill yourself using your own mind. You can sit there and dwell in the past. That's what, to me, depression is, dwelling on past or dwell in your mind, man. It'll drive you on range.
Clinical depression is a little bit different, and you know you have it when you're depressed, but you're not even thinking. You might be having
Yeah,
the
you're
best.
doing it to yourself. I
There's
think
nothing.
depression is when you dwell on shit, man, and you just can't get over a lot of things.
That's depression, but then there's clinical depression where nothing makes sense and you're feeling like shit. Sometimes that could be actually the cause or a symptom of
Withdrawals from
something else,
drugs.
but it
Could
has
be
nothing to
drugs.
do with thoughts or anything like that. It's not like, oh, I'm depressed, my wife just left me, this and that, oh, I want to kill myself. No, it's like my life is going great, but I feel like depressed. I want to kill myself. My life is going great, but for some reason my body's telling me
Yeah.
kill yourself.
You
It's
know, I
kind of
feel
like anxiety. You have people.
Anxiety is just like a hollow pit of fear in your stomach. You can't.
Yeah, there's anxiety where you're justified to have anxiety. It's actually a good thing, like survival and shit like that. And everybody gets anxious here and there. But the people who have the real problem is when everything's going great and all of a sudden they're anxious. Their heart, their fucking stomach, everything's going weird. With it's like they're having a panic attack, but they're not panicking about anything. There's nothing.
No.
It's not like. It's like an automatic thing going on.
Yeah. And my wife has bad anxiety sometimes. And, just there's no real rhyme or reason to it. It's not thoughts or anything. It could be situational, but
Yep, like my doctor asked me.
Fear, and she just fight or flight.
Yeah, like my doctor asked me. My doctor asked me, so have you been depressed from the last visit? I'm like, yeah, of course. It's all situational, though. I know why, and I know I got to solve a problem or this or that,
Mm-hmm.
But it's not whatever the other one.
Yeah, not just a onset of depression for no.
Yeah, like seasonal depression. That's a good one. That exists. That has to do with light. There's different factors.
There's no link. That's wild. I'm looking back now to see. Yeah.
I mean, then you got the situational depression that lasts, but that you need to talk it out. You need to think it out. You need to solve the problem, whatever's holding you back, or you're.
Yeah, probably disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Frequencies help great anxiety if you can, like 528, 432. Those really help with depression. Helps that 741 helps get that feeling out of your gut. That.
Yeah, I gotta get a keyboard to do it.
I take care of my pops and my mom, but my pops has like Parkinson's disease caused like a dementia, like really bad dementia.
You know what causes that?
Schizophrenic, hallucinations, all this stuff. Pardon me?
I was looking at the effects of like aluminum.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying this is what the cause is. I'm just saying what I read, and this is for entertainment purposes. Do your own research. Everything I say, I don't know if it's true or not. You gotta make your own decision. But anyway, I was reading aluminum. You could look this up on Wikipedia or Google it. It says like aluminum attacks the mind, and it's the cause of Parkinson's and seizures and what is that stuff when you have memory loss? Old people get it. It's,
amnesia.
Parkinson's one, not amnesia.
Oh,
fuck! It's a famous one, man. A lot of old people get it. Damn.
Yeah, my dad's like schizophrenic, the Parkinson's disease one.
I thought my mic was
Alzheimer's. It's all this.
It's Alzheimer's.
Yeah, it's all these different symptoms. But I play music for him, for one. Okay? And that reduces his anxiety. Another thing, I bought him a drum. This drum called the darbuka from Turkey. And that calms him down. And he'll play it for hours, just banging on this drum.
Oh yeah,
What did,
that's awesome.
Dude,
He
Because,
loves it.
yeah, if you're
what did your
playing,
father? What did your father do for a living? Like, was he part of the industrial?
He was a janitor for all his life.
Okay,
Hmm.
because
Yeah,
I think the industrial age played a part in a lot of, all
he
the
did work
chemical
with
wars
chemicals.
around.
He worked with chemicals. He cleaned a hospital for years. There was a
Oh,
lot of chemicals, you know. I thought about that too many times. Yep. And for fucking
and the
minimum
States, you
wage.
guys can get EDTA, which is a heavy metal detox. Can't get it up here in Canada.
Man, I always thought this world's too beautiful to waste it away working for a corporation, breaking your fucking back so the guy at the top could live his dreams out. And then people be like, you could do that too, Chuck. I've worked a long time in my life. And I've realized that's the illusion. You can do it, don't get me wrong. There's many ways. But I'm talking like super rich. That's the illusion. You
I'm
could
a
be a
terrible
billionaire.
businessman, so that didn't work for me.
Now,
I try to
now,
give good deals, and
no. If
never.
I know what I knew what I know now, well, like LLCs, I didn't know this stuff. I had to learn through asking questions and listening. Like I was
I ask a
23
lot of questions.
when I found out about LLC and writing stuff off. I was 23, which is still young,
Yep.
Guys,
but I
I
was
ask a
still
lot of
fucking up.
questions. I hope that doesn't bother you guys.
No,
Right on.
we know the loopholes at a young age, and we know the law. It would change a lot of this game on the chessboard.
Yeah, they don't teach us economics really, and how to handle money when we're in school. Hi, Lucid.
They
How
do
you
not
doing?
here in the States as well.
It's by design though, because it's more for them. It would be less for them if people were smarter and or more intelligent with handling money and the loopholes and these laws that are in place. You know, billionaires don't pay taxes. They write off a lot of the money they use,
They write
which
it
has
off, find
it's smart.
loopholes. Yeah.
You know, I'm not hating on them, but
No.
It's
Like
a
Trump
little,
said, I don't pay taxes, but that's because you make it so I don't have to. So make it so I have to.
right.
If you want that
Plug
problem
up,
fixed, you
plug
got to
up the
fix the problem.
loopholes.
You can't just ask people to
Trump's daring you. He's daring us to do it. Like, go ahead. I bet you it won't work.
Yeah, they're not going to change the tax code. They like it the way it is. They did it that way so that they could cheat and not pay taxes.
Yeah. This guy said 6 billionaires paid their taxes, we wouldn't be in debt. I don't know how true that is, but
Well, I don't know if that's true.
look at them in the East. Those oil barons.
Yeah.
They got billions of dollars. Fucking way more than Bill
States is
Bill
what,
Gates is worth what?
1 trillion in debt? Something like that. Like, it's ridiculous.
There's tricks, man. I've learned.
Amazing amount of money. It's like
This older guy, told this younger gentleman to get 10 grand
yeah.
and go to the bank. I should have saved that video. I kind of don't remember, but it was a thing where he invested 10 grand into I think it was 10, yeah, into the banker sign, and he's guaranteed $4,000 a month for the rest of his life. I forgot what the whole setup was, but is investing 10,000 of it. Like, there's so much ways. I think these are the secrets that be in these lodges and stuff, right? And it slowly but surely you'll learn through trial and error and business and just knowing the right people, man. It's about who you know in this game of capitalism.
Yeah,
and what you know, but more of who you know.
They meet at the lodges for business mostly. My brother was a Mason. My grandfather, I could have been a Mason.
It was all about connections, right?
Yeah, it's a connection club, right? So
Financial secrets, like those are loopholes, man, they keep for themselves. And I get it, because like I said, it would be less for them. They want more for them and less for us. And people get mad probably when I complain. I'm not complaining about it, when I speak about it.
yeah. Well,
There's
if we could
no,
afford a good tax lawyer, you could get somebody to set all that up for you. You know.
Yeah, there's corruption at the top.
I used to say power breeds corruption, but I just think now it's all by design. It's all designed to work this way purposely.
Yeah, the funny part
is doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah. So there's never been one type of government, you know, whether communist, democracy, direct democracy, blah, 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 that has worked. Like, I mean, that it's worked while it was around, but like I said before, it's never solved these problems. There are always people at the top. The reason communism fell in my country is because there was corruption up at the top. The idea was great. You had, you know, the bosses fucking stealing money and shit.
Yep, coin clipping. That was one of the first ones they did.
Well,
that's why they have the ridges. That's why they have the ridges around the coins.
Coin clipping.
Clip it. Yeah.
Huh.
You just shave a little bit off each coin, you know.
I keep thinking about this copper pipes. I remember, man, it was like 1988, and I remember the plumber was changing. I used to hang out in the basement where I lived, and the plumbers were there, and I was like asking questions. I was a little annoying fucking child, always analyzing everything, right? They were taking the copper fucking pipes out, and they were using that blue stain for the, I forgot what it's called. You put it around the plastic. It's like a glue. It's like pipe dope for brass, and
yeah,
you know, use pipe dope and what's that tape? Teflon tape and all that.
Yeah.
I forgot the name of that blue dye looking glue.
You're getting PEX piping put in, or PVC?
It smells good. Yeah, PVC. You use that blue.
Yeah, it's
glue,
PVC glue. That's what I call it.
Yeah. It smells good too. But I'm thinking, the more I learn that copper pipes would charge the water, and I've heard so much good things about copper pipe.
Mm-hmm.
And I hear all sorts of, they took them out because people were looting, right? And those are abandoned buildings. And I get it, because it'll cost you money to put them back in, so they went cheaper with plastic, but they know it's toxic. They know it. And that's terrible. If I ever build a house, I'm putting all copper.
Yeah.
Fuck that plastic.
And they have new fittings now where you don't have to weld either. So you can keep lead
and
out.
Plastic stops the pipes from freezing and popping, I heard too, which that is probably right. That would be a good reason to have plastic, because pipes, I do remember pipes breaking a lot in the winter, you know.
Yeah.
But
it gets super hot here. Every house I lived in had copper. So I'm wondering if that helps it keep it cool as well. I'm not sure.
Copper's good for you.
Tyvex. What's Tyvex?
Because our water literally gets hot during the summer. Our cold water can be hot or super warm because it gets so hot here in the desert.
Let's see.
Well, you guys have alligator or swamp coolers down there. They just run on water.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where are you? What state you live in?
Huh?
What state you live in?
Arizona.
Oh.
How did I know that?
I thought you were going to say Florida.
We have the swamp coolers, but once the monsoon season starts and it gets more humid, they don't work.
Oh.
You need it to be really dry to work properly. I bought a giant one last year, like industrial size for outside for the patio. So I could be sitting out there chilling, and it's like 110 degrees outside. Well, that's Fahrenheit. Do you know Fahrenheit?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, really hot.
Yeah, that movie Fahrenheit with the firefighters.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I read the book when I was a kid.
What was that other movie with the fireman? I love that movie. Backdraft. That used to scare me, man. When the draft would go in the movie, I'd be like, "Yo, imagine opening the door like that." Oh man, this is the
back
glue
in
right
the
here.
day, it was a good, PVC with that glue, huh?
So what happened with your water cooler there? It didn't work, or what? Because you.
No, it was awesome.
So it was 110 in your house, or outside? What was it outside?
It drops like 20 or 30 degrees.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's like 110, 115, and there's like 0% humidity outside, or 0 to 5, let's say.
Yeah.
Super dry, and it works great.
30 degrees.
I'm gonna ask.
It's powerful. It's got a powerful fan on it. It's perfect for outside. A lot of people have them here, but they suffer during the monsoon season because it doesn't work, and all of a sudden it's just super humid in there and hot.
Arizona.
It's nice
I know
to have
Arizona don't have no ocean, right? And
the ocean actually is two hours from us. We have ocean, believe it or not. But you got to cross.
Oh, you live in the southern Arizona.
Yeah, you cross into Mexico, and you
Yeah.
drive for a couple hours, and you hit the Gulf of California or the Sea of Cortez.
Wow, you live in the adult part, man. They say Mexico's crazy, but still, it's beautiful, man. I feel bad for like these poverty areas. No one should be poor, and no one should be hungry in this world. It just shouldn't
I
happen.
agree.
There should be fruit growing everywhere. Like, it's wild. Water shouldn't be fucking polluted and chemicaled out.
Yeah.
They ripped out all the fruit trees in this area. Everywhere there was fruit trees, they take them out and put up like fir trees or maple trees, something you can't get any food from.
Yeah.
Blue flexible line.
We get most of our lumber from Canada. We don't produce much lumber anymore.
Yeah, free trade worked out great for that. When I was back in the 80s, they started up the free trade, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Canada, we were making out like bandits, sending our lumber and our fuel down there.
Mm-hmm.
And then they said, oh, you can't do that without a tax on it. So they taxed it. So free trade lasted about 3 months until they started putting tariffs on stuff again.
Well, Canada breeds some, just like America, but Canada breeds some tyranny mother effers, man. Kamala comes from there. What's the guy that rules Canada? I forget his name all the
Trudeau,
time.
Yeah,
I can't stand that dude.
Yeah, they're all out of country people though. Like Trudeau, he's Castro's son.
That's
Is he really? I thought there was like a myth or something.
Yeah,
that's true.
Well, it is a myth, but it's got a lot of credence.
Yeah.
His mom was a total whore. They were swingers. Yeah. And he doesn't really look like anything like his mother or his father. He really does look like Fidel Castro. Yeah, we've got Chrystia Freeland. She's a Ukrainian Nazi granddaughter.
What?
Yeah, she's our finance minister.
Yeah, remember when you guys had a Nazi show up with Zelensky?
Yep, they brought a Canadian Nazi to Parliament to honor him.
Wild. Just wild.
Yeah, Canada's pretty far down the road there. We've got Chinese spies in our medical industry. We're training Chinese military, like how to I guess, deal with Canadians. I don't know why we're doing that, but yeah, we're doing military exercises with China. We've got Nazis and running our show, and communists. It's insane here.
I didn't know it was like that.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's
Oh yeah, that's right. You guys are also like the melting pot of the world right now.
yeah. It used to be great. It was great before, and now they're flooding us. I don't know if we'll be able to absorb that many people.
I did read something about putting some of it on hold type thing, because you guys mostly take asylum seekers, I believe.
Supposed to be, yeah.
Yeah.
But our population has increased by 10% over 4 years. That's huge.
What is that again?
Our population increased by 10% over 4 years. We're only 41 million.
Wow.
At the moment. And we were 37 4 years ago. So some of these people have got to go back home because the price of housing costs and all that have gone up twice, double. Now that also is affected by the amount of money we printed, but the amount of people here, like there's too much demand for apartments, which is weird because the building I live in has a number of empty apartments now because Canadians can't afford them. The only people that can afford them are those who come here for asylum.
Yeah, you guys have people from all over the world.
Yeah.
Usually places where there's war, I imagine, like Ukrainians.
Now we're taking a huge influx of people from India as well.
That's surprising considering the relationship you guys had with Canada over whatever the problem was. Somebody
the Jagmeet Singh murderous assassinations that he did.
Yeah.
Oh, we lost Charles.
Okay, what do we do now? Just wait.
Yeah, he Jagmeet Singh. He's leader of the NDP party. There he is. He's not allowed to go back to India, or they'll probably execute him, put him in jail.
Wow.
Yeah.
There was some, I forget what it was a few years ago, something with a Chinese woman, and I think Canada brought her over, the head of some company, and it ruined some relationship with China for a bit. I don't know how it is now. But it's wild how these incidences like can ruin like trade and all sorts of effects from something kind of relatively small, you know?
Yeah. Well, they gave China, in Canada, they gave China access to all of our medical records at one point. We had Chinese working with us from Wuhan or from China on the Wuhan virus thingy, and apparently they had access to all of our information. They could have downloaded it and sent it off to China at any time they wanted.
Yeah, like I said earlier, that they know all these companies, governments, they know more about us than we know about ourselves.
Yeah. You guys have an interesting situation. You guys have most of your top politicians are married to or have dual citizenship with Israel. They're married to somebody who's Israeli or have a dual citizenship with Israel. It's bizarre.
Checking now, Jay Heighton. I didn't set this email up, so that's why it's taking me long.
But yeah, if you think about it, who's more powerful, the government or the banks who give loans to the government?
Mm-hmm.
And so in the United States, there's, yeah, we're the richest, blah, 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 blah. But somebody's loaning us money to run the country. Back in the day in Europe, right? For a long time, there were certain people who wear little hats, and they were like they would loan money to countries to fight wars and this and that. Eventually, they're the ones who set up the banks in the style we have today. Yeah.
Yeah, they took over England during the Battle of Waterloo. It took over the economics of England pretty much.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you look at it, what was it? I can't remember which one it was, but one of the Rockefellers gave a report back from Waterloo that England had lost. So on the stock market, they started dumping English stock, and he started buying it up. And then when it came back that he had won, cha-ching, Rockefellers made a lot of money.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Did the same thing with the Federal Reserve. The people voted for the Federal Reserve, but it was written by the bankers. And the bankers all went around saying, we don't want this. We don't want this. This is horrible. It'll ruin us. And the people said, oh, great. Let's vote for that. They did. Tricksters.
This is weird. It's showing like, I don't know. I have a new email that I opened up, but it's not showing the emails. It's showing my other account's emails. Like there's nothing in it.
Just got deleted?
I'm checking this out. This is weird. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, YouTube will get butthurt if you start talking about the Navy and their endeavors over the past 100 years.
Yeah, I don't think our politicians should be able to have dual citizenship.
No, shouldn't be that way.
Yep. I mean,
who are your loyalties to at that point? Well,
exactly.
How do we know?
And that's for the average day person. Fine, that's no problem. But not the politicians, like you said. Who are they rooting for?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Smart people.
Yeah. Well, they're tricksters, right? They've been doing this with their secret societies. They've been planning and plotting for years and getting bills passed and people in place.
Yep.
All very well orchestrated,
Yep.
Like when they sent billions of dollars to Ukraine, and then all the politicians went over there and had a concert with Sting in a subway, and they all walked out of there with big bags of money. They caught the wife of a Russian. What was he? Like a politician. No, a politician.
Oh, a politician.
He was a mayor. His wife got caught walking out of Ukraine with big bags of money.
That's wild.
Some of the royals got caught as well from England with big bags of money. Because there's no accountability for any of that money. Zelensky's bought how many homes now? He bought a castle in England. These people are just openly just robbing us.
Yeah, that's very true. But I guess it's okay because they're doing our bidding.
Yeah, right. They're just representing us,
Yeah.
In a way, I guess maybe they are representing a lot of the population, who wouldn't want big bags of money. You made that little piece of paper very important. Oh, cool. Got a hawk flying outside my window. Love watching them soar.
That's awesome. I have little tiny birds here, the hummingbirds, and every time I go out in the backyard, there's a bunch of them. Well, we also have the feeder, but it's a lot of the plants and trees and stuff that I have in the backyard that attracts them. They're fucking cute.
I got sparrows I feed at work. My little flock.
We have like some type of road runner, meat.
Yeah.
It's fucking beautiful. I've seen it twice, and recently that's the second time.
Cool.
It was on like a ledge, and it would stop, freeze, and then walk a little bit. Stop, look around, freeze, and keep going. And I'm like, what's he doing? And my wife, she knows more about animals. She's like, he's going for that, what was it? The hummingbird eggs. They eat the eggs. I'm like, oh man, here I thought this was the coolest bird.
Yeah. That's like robins. They do that, but they're hunting for worms. They run, stop, and they listen with their feet for worms.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And there is a sad thing. Every once in a while, a hawk will come by and just swipe one of my little flock of sparrows.
Yeah.
That's horrifying. They've done it twice.
Wow.
Yeah.
Never seen that before.
Just fly right beside us too, like, within like 5-10 feet.
Yeah, like they're putting on a show.
Grab one of my little friends and run off. Yeah, we don't get many hummingbirds up here.
Which part are you in? East, west, or center?
I'm in southern Ontario.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's pretty warm down here. Get a lot of birds from the Carolinas that come up here. Finches and stuff, yellow finches and other things. Get a lot of cranes up here too, because I'm in a marshy area. They look like dinosaurs.
I've been to the Niagara Falls.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm. When I was a little kid, I lived in Chicago. That's where I grew up, pretty much. And then, I drove up there with my uncle and dad and had a good time.
Nice. Yeah, we go there quite often, actually. We love it there.
Yeah.
It's really fun to just kind of sit and look at the falls. There's some great restaurants there that have patios. You can just sit, have a drink.
I think we went to one of the, it was near the like wax museum or haunted house or whatnot they had there, I think. Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a whole street with haunted houses and all kinds of stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
You'd probably really enjoy it even like now. Just the street is just amazing.
Mm-hmm.
What are they? I can't remember what they call it. It's a famous name. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's great. I love it there. And all the water flowing really has a great effect on you too. It's good for your health to be beside a waterfall. Negative ions coming off of it.
Yeah, that's right. We took the boat, whatever it's called.
Made of the Mist there.
Yeah, and then we also went, and I think an elevator took us through some tunnels, and we wound up like underneath.
Oh yeah, yeah.
On the other side of it, that was
they made that bigger now. It's used to be quite small, but they've made it bigger, so you can fit a whole ton of people in there, and you can see a whole panorama of water just falling in front of you.
Yeah.
I haven't been down there since they've done the changes, but I think next year will be the year.
How much electricity does that fall? Do those falls?
Don't worry about
generate?
that.
A lot.
I fixed the problem.
That was
Jay Hyten, I didn't see no email, man. I finally fixed the problem, but
Cage's here. I didn't know. Sorry, I'm gonna mute myself.
Yeah, what's up, everyone?
yeah, I did that. I fixed it, Jay Hyten, but I didn't see no email. Hold on.
It says it'll produce over 4 million kilowatts of electricity.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Tesla was a genius.
Yeah.
You know, that was his dream. Like,
yeah, he helped make Niagara Falls. There's still his laboratory is still there.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's in the side of the hill. I've filmed it and shown it, but you can't go inside. I don't know why. I'd like to go in there.
But yeah, since he was young, that was his dream, and he would do anything to harness the energy, electricity out of the falls, and he did it. He, succeeded.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, most of our energy we use here is hydroelectric.
Yeah.
That's considered green energy, right?
Yep. But they don't do more of that. They could.
Exactly.
Easily. Actually, on my walk to work, there's a hydroelectric station that they shut down. It's probably still got water running underneath it in a tube now, I guess. But it used to be a hydroelectric stop, in the middle of the city, because we have a rise in the land where water runs off. So it's a perfect place for it. But yeah, they just don't take advantage of it.
I would love to have a piece of land that has a natural spring.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
They got a natural spring in a city in Bristol, Connecticut. I remember we used to go in the swimming hole. It's nasty. I hated it because I used to go because it was hot, but it's a swimming hole and the water isn't, I don't think it was circulating, and the bottom was like this green algae. It was nasty. But they had a spring, and that's what most people went there for, to fill jugs up.
Yep.
And the city owned it, of course.
Yeah, Nestle is buying up all the springs around here, trying to.
I wonder.
They ship it off to China.
I wonder, I don't trust the government, so I think of like crazy shit like, was it a spring, or was it water coming from somewhere? There's a stream or a river next to it, but I wonder. They were fluoridating us back then. Oh, the water's poisoned, everyone. Go drink bottled water. Oh, it's in there too. We got you.
Oh yeah, you hear about they're saying in some of the areas where they had the hurricanes, like Helena and the others, there's toxic waste, or some of the places are toxic. So
You heard about the truck that allegedly had something toxic in it and it got buried. I'm looking at the website now, Jay Heighton. So yeah, I mean the email. Sorry, not website. Yeah, and they're saying a truck had like, I don't know, something very toxic. I think it was, I don't know. It was something like the truck.
yeah.
I think it was like not atomic, but anyway, the point is it was toxic and it's buried in the truck under the mud because of the flood there. And I kind of like the same thing they do with other places, like the fires. Oh, it was toxic.
Yeah, you can't move back. We'll buy it for pennies on the dollar.
Or you just can't move back and you're beat.
Yeah.
Basically, that's what they'll say. You're beat. We're not paying you nothing.
Yep.
This world is. It's all because we stopped giving them a repercussion for their actions, man. Too much shit slides. That's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
It's once
You
a
gotta
bully gets
remember-
away with something, they're going to keep pressing and pressing, and they're not going to stop. Now it's like they flaunt. They want to throw it in our face. They laugh.
But they've been doing this for thousands of years. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You know,
It's wild.
doesn't make it easy for us.
And it sucks because if someone does stand up and slaps one of these old hags, they're just going to get beat up by their minions that suck their nutsack for a paycheck. And the people that protect them are scum too. I mean, yeah, they got families to feed, but you know what you're doing. Stop. I don't feel bad. A person truly loved by the people don't need to walk with security, man. People have love and respect for you. American governments are well protected because they're just fucking the people over, and ain't no one day.
Oh yeah, your government's putting up walls everywhere now too, all around
Yep.
their houses and or your government buildings. They're really they really love you guys down there.
Yeah,
They're really
these are the representatives of our country, man. They don't act as representatives; they act as rulers.
Yeah. No, they're pretty sure they're going to piss you off at some point soon. So that's what they're putting that up for.
Yeah, when I seen them do that when Biden got in and they walled off the D.C. Capitol, the Capitol.
Yeah.
They walled off the Capitol, man. I said, oh, they're gonna really poke the bear this time, man.
You know, there's even a wall around Trump now whenever he speaks.
Hmm.
I don't know if you guys seen that. Like this.
No,
No, it's to protect him.
he's
Oh, like the Pope's got the Pope Mobile now. He's got his closet.
Bulletproof
Yeah.
glass around him, right?
Okay, he's got a Trump closet. There we go.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think I have seen that. Just a big piece of
Mhm.
plexiglass or whatever.
I don't think it's ever like his speech, his victory speech or whatever. I don't think it was there. But but I've seen other ones where it was.
you know people say Trump speaks with no teleprompter. Well, this go around, every place he went, it seems he said the same speech because I would listen and watch because I wanted to see. Because the first go around, he did freestyle stuff, meaning he didn't use a teleprompter. You could tell because every place he went, it was different. This time, he just kept repeating himself like Bush does with terrorists. He kept blaming Joe and Joe and Joe. Everything was Joe and
Everything's
Dude.
fear. All his speeches were about fear. Fear these
we'll be
people.
lucky to
fear
have a
that
country, and it's always that's how they stare the people, man, because
Yes.
they've already stripped from most people to survive on their own. They're always depending on. In religion, you're depending on a savior. In politics, you're dependent on the government. It's all psychological war crafted by a genius. I can't say it ain't good, but it ain't good enough because people are breaking this shit apart now. They've woken up. And we've all, everyone I've ever talked to always felt some type of way, like something wasn't right. And even the stuff we were allegedly learning to be true, I've always questioned a lot of it and been like, something ain't right, man.
You have to question it. You have to. Even the Bible says, question the Bible. That's what the Bible says. Question the Bible. Believe it or not. Like, don't believe it until you've come to these conclusions, you know, type of thing.
Yeah, preachers are hustlers, bro. They're magicians in the highest craft. These manipulators.
Yeah, they're
They'll show you one
disgusting.
hand and do something else behind their back.
Yeah.
They
if
are.
there is a God, he's not too happy with them.
Yeah,
Most
that's
of the
all.
religions, he's not happy with the past 2,000 years of Christianity. He hates that shit. If he's real, you know, I'm not saying he's real and you got to believe it, but if he were to be, yeah, it's no,
I
it does
believe
say
certain
religion's
people
going to
are
be.
waking up for a reason, man.
Yeah.
I don't think this all just happened by mistake.
So religions are supposed to be destroyed eventually, along with all the governments. All of society is gonna fucking fall apart and disappear eventually. You know, the military-industrial complex, that's gonna fall. The fucking corrupt corporations and shit, they're gonna fall. All the religions of the world are gonna fall. You ever hear of the Kali Yuga?
Yeah.
The Kali Yuga, after the goddess Kali or Kali. She's so a yuga is just a period of time where it's a cycle, and each cycle is a period of time, usually like hundreds of thousands of years or something. But Kali Yuga is the destroyer of one of those spans of time, and she's the one responsible kind of for all the wars. Not that she's responsible. I don't even know how to explain it, but she represents this time where war
She
rules.
represents a weapon.
She
Just
represents
like
the weapon.
the Fahara. Is it the Fahara or the Vajara? Fajar.
I'm not
Vajara.
sure.
Anyway.
Yeah, but
Like a weapon.
she's like crazy. She has a necklace of a bunch of men's heads. She's stepping on some type of
Yeah,
man.
seven.
She's got all
Seven
these
hands.
arms.
I think, right? Seven
all these-
arms, 7 layers, or
Yeah, she's like this wicked demon looking chick, but she's also good because she's the one who allows man to destroy themselves. As like with the new age coming, the new age coming is like what they used to talk about in almost every culture, that in the beginning there was some type of paradise. There was a certain age where people were all about knowledge and there was no wars and peaceful type shit and blah 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 blah. Well, that's what the Kali Yuga, she destroys, and from that is this new age. You know what I mean? I forget which god is in charge of that age, but that's my belief, is that it'll get better. Not overnight, but so yeah, that's a little bit of Hinduism.
Yeah, I got to look into more of the Eastern philosophy. And the Kali Yuga, that's something to do with samsara, right?
I'm not sure. Yeah, a lot of these gods are interchangeable.
No, samsara is like the cycle of life and rebirth in this realm or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you can have both. You can do your best in this lifetime to, you know, create positivity and stuff like that. And you could also have a hope for the future. A lot of it has to do how we get there. You know.
Yeah.
I hate to say it's cliche, but be the change type thing. You know.
Become the water.
Become the water. Nice.
Become the toilet. No.
Become the flush.
This guy had I seen a video this morning of a heart, and he unraveled it. It looked like a vortex. And they were speaking the valves on each part of the heart. It's like a vortex. This is the Vajra. It's the Vajra, not the Vahara. I had it wrong. With India has the Vajra. It's I think it's an electromagnetic weapon, just like Thor's hammer. These are weapons of energy, like the direct energy weapon, lasers. This is the video I wanted to play. I think this is how they cut stone. It's my opinion. Right here.
When water pressure through a nozzle with a pressure of 14.5 million psi and a diameter of 0.05 millimeters, it becomes the world's sharpest cutting tool. This tool made of water can easily cut through even the toughest materials, from the hardest rock to the strongest metal like diamonds.
Saying you can cut through diamonds, it's saying?
Yeah, allegedly. I don't know. But when I seen that, because I used to do pressure washing, and man, I used to fuck around with some tar driveways and cut into it. I realized with pressure, you can cut into stuff, and I was intrigued by it. And I would be fucking off on the job site, spraying shit and cutting it. And when I seen this video, I said, man, you know, how could the ancestors not have thought of that? Pressure and water, that's all you need, man. I should have cut your arm off. My boss told me that, like, pressure washer, I would think, what if you put your finger in front of there? And he'd be like, go ahead. And I wouldn't do it because obviously it would fuck your finger up, but pretty sure it would split it wide open, you know, your hand.
Yeah, it depends on which PSI you're using, right?
Yeah.
How strong it is. Like the ones used for gas stations and I mean, car washes probably won't cut your finger.
Yeah, car washes, man, I remember holding it with one hand and it would just go right up. Your arm be everywhere. Same thing in the ladder. My boss had one hand, it was hard. I'd be on the ladder high up with one hand trying to stretch my arm to be lazy instead of getting down to move the ladder. But yeah.
Some countries use high pressure water to control crowds.
Yeah, I was just thinking that's wild you said that. I was thinking, man, if that's PSI that's sharp, imagine a hose like to your chest. Just they don't have to be
like,
pressure.
They use like the fire hose, right?
Yeah, that's fucked up. What's up, Kimba?
It's bad enough
I
that
forgot
people.
he was here. Kimba's here.
Cheers, Kimba.
Cheers.
Naga's back. My Naga. Ah, got him again. They thought I was going to say it. I'm going to do it one day, man. I'm going to be like, what up, nigga? Outside. I'm just curious to see in public how many people look at me crazy and be like, oh my God.
Good thing you're not in Canada. I think that might be illegal over there.
Like, look at this wigger.
Am I right, Max? You guys got some harsh laws when it comes to that type of stuff?
Dude, they're even trying to control speech. I played the video. I should play it again. Oh, yeah. The Richie from Boston one I had up got taken down. When the lady from the UN's explaining how they want to eradicate all the constitutions and make it so people don't have free speech and you can't talk against no agenda. I played that video, and this is the lady from the UN speaking this live on wherever.
I don't mean to, like, this is what you just said. You're right, but it's not so much what they say. It's what they have written. And there's an article, UN article, that says exactly what they would do in times of an emergency. You would not believe what they would do in times of some crazy emergency. They would take away the right of religion. they would take away
Yeah.
constitutions, like exactly what you were saying, basically.
Yeah.
It's
They're
scary.
going to do
what's in
it
there.
through weather warfare. They're going to do it through weather warfare. There's already a law in place in this that they probably added in for emergencies with FEMA and weather emergencies.
Yep.
So they're already doing it. Missouri, I just found out from Richie that Missouri, I think it's Missouri and Oklahoma are underwater now. That's not counting New Mexico, North Carolina, Tennessee, other places are just getting banged up. Florida. What's next? You know, these people are trying. You know, I don't know. They got their underground bunkers with all the food stocked up. They got the entrance in Colorado, the military base, where all the trucks go. The truckers say they could drive from Colorado and come out near Boston, all underground, one trip. They don't come up not one time. They probably got rest stops underground and everything.
I think NORAD is over there, and I forget is it Cheyenne Mountain? Something like
Cheyenne.
that.
Oh, like you were saying, it is about what's on paper. Do you know how many laws they put in place that are void? Because
Oh yeah, dude. If a
we
gypsy,
just go along with it because we don't
Dude.
know.
if a gypsy, it's still on the books. If a gypsy steals a horse in Texas, you can kill that gypsy.
I'm gonna look right now, Jay.
And I believe it's still on the fucking books. I don't know why.
Yeah, you talk about weather wars. They got 4 storms headed towards Taiwan in that direction. 3 headed in that direction. One that just
No, I didn't receive it. Sorry.
Did you guys see Spain? Spain had some crazy weather and mud rivers or some shit.
Yeah,
Hold on. And if you gotta go, I understand, but we'll figure it out, man. I don't know. I don't see it there.
Spain didn't want to sell arms to Israel. They broke a deal with Israel.
And then that happened?
So then that happened, yeah.
I don't know why it's not working, man. Now I'm pissed off. I fixed everything. The email already has emails in it.
You guys have Raphael coming up the Gulf Coast.
Oh, Connecticut? Oh no,
Huh?
that's the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, I think I've seen quite a few
I don't know.
storms brewing.
If you share a screen there, if you could share my screen, I can show you these weather anomalies.
Reggie from Boston, Max showed when that thing happened in New Mexico, Area 51, there was like jolts of energy coming from Area 51, and then you watched the storm appear out of nowhere. The one that hit New Mexico, the guy showed on the radar. That's wild.
That's all part of what came out of some of the HARP data they got from all those experiments.
Yeah, people got to keep talking about that too. They're using the NextRad system. They're using HARP.
NextRad?
Yeah.
That's the Doppler radar type stuff, right? But it's
it's next generation Doppler. Yeah. They use all their systems to steer these things. Dane Wheaton at geoengineeringwatch.org is a great place to go for information. Yeah, they're using their technology for weather wars. Definitely.
When people were feeling sick, I think they were ramping up all these towers, man. It reminds me of that thing on top of the truck where they shoot heat signatures at you. I think these towers are like microwaves for real, and they could heat the air around you up.
I tracked the power output during the pandemic, and the power level increased just before cases increased. Every time there was about 3 surges of it, and I tracked them all with correlations directly to an increase in power level output. And here's the 4 storms going in the South China Sea here. I think it is. Or is that the no? I don't know what sea we're in here, but these are all headed kind of towards Taiwan.
Yeah, I've never seen so many storms in my life, Max. Like one after another. They're just going ham.
Yeah.
The Gulf of Mexico one just hit Cuba and really
What?
wrecked the place big time.
You know, what is
Unfortunately.
this is, you know what I think when people talk about, listen to my theory. I just thought this the other day. The fake alien invasion, I don't think is going to be UFO craps. I think the fake alien invasion is going to be weather warfare. That the alien invasion of frequencies that people are going to think, you know what I mean? That's the alien invasion from another whatever. I think this weather warfare, man.
I think you're right. That's what they're going to use to drive people into cities. The 15-minute cities is they're just going to burn you out, flood you out. You know, either of those two. You know, send and destroy everything because they think that they're unaccountable for this, right? They think we don't know, and the general population doesn't know. Like one of my best friends, outwardly, straight out denies that it's happening, even though he can see it in the skies. You know.
You know, over here, I've seen a few times already planes going. And, well, first of all, it's really dry here. You know, we hardly have clouds, but seen an airplane going back and forth, making a giant grid in the sky. Cover the whole sky, a giant grid.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm freaking out. I call my kids and wife. I'm like, check this out. This is insane. And then I find out a couple years later that we have an invasive species, which we do, of like this grass, and we're in the desert, so anything taking resources from our native plants ain't good. So supposedly the way they're eliminating it is by dropping something that kills them or does something to them, and they're raining it on us too. And who knows what's in that shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's wild.
Yeah.
I'm further away from there now, so I haven't seen it here, but that shit freaked me out. Usually it's not that apparent, right? This, they said, fuck it. We're going to fucking make a design.
Yeah. Well, I've seen them turn it on and off as well up here. They get up to where they want to and they start spraying, you know. No, I'm not young, so I remember that planes don't do that. You know?
Yeah, I've seen usually you see like a line from an airplane, and one time I seen not a line, but they have like gashes in it, longer ones. You know what I mean? It was really strange. Looks, you know, didn't look correct. I also took some close-up.
They look like waves, right? In the ocean, in the sky. Sorry, frequencies.
That's I see like there's melting waves of something coming out from those lines they made. When I zoomed in on it, it looked wild.
Oh crap!
Bell.
Important security message. Your computer has been locked up. Your IP address was used without your knowledge or consent to visit websites that contains identity theft virus. To unlock the computer, please call support immediately.
Oh, they used an IP grabber on you, fucking bastards.
What? I gotta learn all that shit better. Cause computers are the most unsafe fucking. They could hack.
Some guy in China watching me right now.
Sending you fucking SYN packets, bro.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna fucking handshake you up.
Was that the one where old people call some number, get scammed, put in there?
Yeah,
fucking...
that's what it is. It's probably some call center in fucking New Delhi or something.
Yeah.
They always try to call. I just block them number after number.
You guys ever see this guy Jim Browning? He has a channel on YouTube. And he goes and like he like fucks with the scammers and shit. He like hacks into their
Oh
house
yeah,
system
yeah,
and shuts
yeah.
them down and shit.
Hello.
I watched the
He's
woman
funny.
one too, where the woman be like changing her voice, fucking with him, or
Oh,
she'll hack into
that's
the.
a different guy. This guy's like a Scottish guy.
Here's
I wonder.
Tim.
This chick went on the camera, hacked into their place, and was like, "Who's the person next to you with a red shirt?" Put them on blast. Like that's good. People do that. I think that's funny. I don't, it's
Oh,
hilarious.
they deserve that. They fucking waste their time because they go after the most vulnerable people.
Old people too, especially.
Yeah, vulnerable old people. I don't know.
recording.
They were spraying yesterday heavy. That's the picture I just flashed. They were spraying heavy yesterday. The skies were just drenched.
So here's them firing off the NextRad system with Hurricane Helena.
You screen recorded it? Cool.
Oh, this
Is this the Tempest radar? Is it the Tempest radar? Or?
There's Kimba.
Hi,
We were
Kimba.
saying what up to you earlier.
We're using NextRad.
No, I
in
know.
the image.
Okay. I've been here listening, but is that a Tempest radar, Max?
I don't know that one. I don't know that system.
Oh, okay. It looks like the same thing.
Yeah. In this image, they're using the blue is NextRad systems being fired off. Probably Doppler as well.
You should check your spam email. Check the spam folder or the junk folder, Charles.
Yeah, this guy does. He gives you resources. You can even do testing on what's coming down on you in the water and stuff. So yeah, pretty good resource here. He's watching all the storms, and he's got the evidence to show that it's pretty much guaranteed that they're doing geoengineering and weather wars. Chemical cool down, so they can do either. They can heat places up, cool them down. Sent you that. Did you get that list of patents? Of weather modification patents? Where is it? Right there. You can search out all these patents through a patent search generator. I did it through about 3 or 4 to make sure that they were real. Every one of them was real that I searched. Yeah, starting back. Oops. Right here, July 16th, 1891, method of producing rainfall.
Wow, it goes that far. I didn't know that.
That's where it starts, guys. Up here, up in half of this document is in a different language. But where are we here? Let's get up to the fun stuff.
Oh, look at that one. Look at that one. Weather modification by artificial satellites.
Artificial. Wow. That's wild. I guess that means what? Balloons?
I wonder if the Starlink has that potential. You know, that Starlink thing there.
They can shoot down lightning. Lots of methods for shooting down lightning.
I thought lightning started from the ground up, or it's like 2 points.
Well, they use a laser to do it. Where are we? Change or neutral. Challenger to neutral twisters technology. Interesting. Hurricane abatement method system, 2007. Tropical hurricane control system, 2007. Tell me they don't have methods for messing with the weather?
What the fuck is that? Outer space sunscreen.
Yeah, machine to get rid of hurricanes. How to tame hurricanes and typhoons with available technology. Hurricane
on those.
Look how old they are. Look at the dates on those.
Yeah, 2009.
1890 is the first patent.
1891.
Yeah.
But they have.
I couldn't believe how many patents there are. One, and I forgot who said the first quote. Just like I got that joke by the Jewish joke of the guy, a hurricane hit his thing and he got insurance money, and the Jew was like, "How did we create a hurricane?" You get it? Because Jewish people are penny pinchers and they're greedy, allegedly. So this comedian that's Jewish made that joke, but he wasn't joking. He was dead serious.
No, he was
trying to tell us that a Jew probably don't matter what they are.
Hold on, you seen that one? RFID, climate manipulation.
With RFD shit?
Yeah.
That's wild. Yeah, that's what Bill Gates and all these mad scientists
What was that?
are working on.
Do you guys remember that quote? I think it was from Johnson, the vice president, or something. It was like, "He who will control the weather will control the world," type thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, they're being serious with that.
Yep.
These are alchemists, man, to the fullest. Manipulators of the elements. Same thing with pharmaceutical. They're alchemists too. Bill Gates was like, "Damn, how can we get these chips in the bodies? They ain't gonna take this willingly." Oh, remember you used to crush up those penicillin joints and put it in the oatmeal? Oh, we'll put it in their food. We'll get them to take it.
Direction of travel of hurricanes. So they could just send the hurricane wherever they wanted to.
Yep.
Yeah, with those towers, they're literally directing. It's like magnetic energy, I think. It's like, you ever put magnets backwards and then put
the repulsion.
Yeah. And then you use the opposites. You could push the magnet without even touching it and keep it on a track in between two magnets.
Does anybody remember a hurricane a few years ago that was heading towards the east coast? No, yeah, the east coast of Florida, and then it stopped. And then it stopped.
On 9/11, it was supposed to hit New York City, and they kept it off the shore.
Yeah, it just sat there off the shore, and then at some point, then it went. I forget, maybe a couple days. I don't know how long it was there. It was just the strangest thing.
And strange about
sure
that
was
morning.
They were seeing it how long they could just keep one off and in place stationary.
Not just, I think Louisiana stayed over Louisiana for a while. But what else is fishy that morning is off the coast of New York, they were running a drill for that exact event. When I found those two things out about the hurricane and then they were running that drill that exact morning, I said, "Oh man, if you don't think it's an inside job by now, I mean, what's the chances of them running that same drill?" That's why the military thought it was a drill and they didn't react to it. That's wild shit, bro. What's the chances of that? 0. Would the alleged terrorists know that they're running that drill? It's a perfect time, guys. Let's do it now. They did. Bush was the terrorist with the knife in his hand.
Yeah,
Hey, did you guys hear? I just want to mention this real quick because it was wild. So I think this was like over the past 24 hours or so. It was weird. Black people in like a bunch of states, I read at least like 7 or so states, were getting text messages basically telling them that they're going to be slaves again. And the crazy part about it is
that's wild.
It was all black people. Like whoever did that fucking thing sent the text. How did they know who was what? You know what I mean?
I would have answered it back and said, "Too bad, buddy. I already am a slave."
But how did these people know that these people are black? White people did it. Mexican people did. Nobody else got it except black people. Even kids, dude. Black kids got these texts.
Or I would have answered it back and said, "That's all right. Your mother was my slave last night." Oh shit!
Damn. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Next thing you know, phones are going to be blowing up.
Yeah, that's wild that you said that. That's true. You know who's really good with technology? India. Those people are. This guy that owns his store down the street, he was soldering phones, and in the store, he was fixing people's phones. Like, those people know about technology, man. And people in India. If you go, I watch this dude China Mac. He has a YouTube channel. He's from New York. He went and lives out in Vietnam. People say communism sucks, but in Vietnam they're poor. But he's buying meals for $2.50 in American money. Like,
you know what was crazy? Communism. Where I came from, communism was bad, but at the same time, everybody had a job, everybody had a home. But if you didn't go to work though, and you don't have the proper paperwork saying you're not supposed to be at work, they put you in jail.
what? Yeah.
So there's
Both
some
of the
good things.
isms
There's some bad
are
things.
bad, man. All the isms are bad. They're all control systems. They're assists to your life.
One thing I like, no advertisements anywhere on TV or signs, nowhere. It was so much more like natural because of that. I came to America and I was just like, what the fuck? There's everything out there I'm looking at is trying to sell me something. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Commercials.
That's
Holy shit.
capitalism, bro. It's just as bad. Like I said, communism and capitalism. See, communism will straight up enslave you and let you know it. Capitalism gives you the illusion of freedom. I get to vote for my master, so I'm free. I'm making a choice, but they're giving you the choices you select from.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Artificial rain to support water flooding in remote oil fields. Why would you want to do that?
Maybe to for
I think
gathering tools for
America,
Then they're gonna use mainly water when they do that fracking shit.
Trump, when he came in the first go round, that was him blowing a trumpet, letting everyone know this is the end of America. Then Joe came in, and it was the disgrace. Now they're blowing a trumpet again to let the show begin, man. This is when shit is gonna get real.
Planetary weather modification system. That's a good one. Let's look at that.
Yeah, what do they call that? Terraforming?
So you just type the word patent in front of any of these ones, copy and paste the number, and you're good to go.
Dang, that's what RFB said when I did it. Yeah, you told me and I did that. Yeah, you're right. You did say that to me. Yeah, I forgot to put patent in front of it the other day. No wonder I couldn't blind. Okay.
Ooh, weather modification by artificial satellites is what it is. That's exciting.
It's oh, here we go. You caught up.
Oh, I got lots of little doodles. I like doodles.
I wonder if they ever thought we would look this stuff up, or I wonder if they put it out there because they know nothing's going to happen. No one's going to do shit, so it's like throwing it in our face. Here, we'll even show you what we're doing. Haha.
Well, that's a part of their game, right? They gotta put the information out there.
I don't like playing this game. I wasn't born here to play games. I was born here to handle business, and it's time we handle some business.
think that's done by like education. Yeah, it's like historically. I think it's like some fucking thing. It's like historically when I think 30% of the population becomes literate in a certain thing, then changes happen.
More hurricanes. They have a lot of patents for hurricanes.
I want to do a live stream. I'm going to title it "Why or What Happened to Trump's Promises." I want to speak to Trumpettes and Trumpers about what's their excuses. I want to hear their excuses. Or why Trump didn't lock up the Clinton, all these treasonous fucking people, man. He's like, it would look bad for the
People
country.
believe that voting a certain fucking politician in is going to change anything, then they're brainwashed to no end. So it's fine.
Yeah, it's just an opinion anyway. They don't care about that opinion. They can override it with the Senate at any time.
They're hypnotized by his lies.
Like we can vote, but our parliament can overturn it if they want to.
Wow. Same thing with our, I think, our Congress.
Mm-hmm.
And these people are supposed to represent our country and work for us. But, yeah, it don't seem like that at all.
Imagine this. Imagine if everybody for like a week, not everybody, I said the majority of people for like a week just stopped going to work or buying anything for like a week.
Yep.
That'd be awesome.
It would destroy their entire fucking game and market.
It would. If everybody stopped buying things for a week, the entire thing would collapse.
We have to start growing our own food first and creating our own power, and it'll be so much easier to do it. But the problem with that is these people are controlling the weather, man, and they can make it hell for growing our food and stuff.
Yep.
The guy wasn't lying. Who controls the weather controls the world. So we would have to destroy the infrastructure. You know how they said something happened and the grid went off, and that's what destroyed they said allegedly destroyed the free energy because the grid went haywire. I think they were using energy to do what they're doing now, control weather, create weapons. Somebody destroyed the infrastructure, and now they rebuilt what was lost, the technology. That's what these grave robbers are looking for. They were digging up to find certain things for technology. That's my theory. Why would you dig up bones? You know, I think that's the cover up. All these Tomb Raiders, they were looking for these Vajaras and Thor's hammer and all that good stuff.
There's the first patent method for producing rainfall, 1891.
They learned that from the native tribes, and they did a rain dance.
Yeah, Louis Gateman of Chicago, Illinois, method of producing rainfall.
Yep. The Native Americans did a rain dance in Vietnam. Remember, they made it in Hamburger Hill. They made it rain and rain and rain and rain. That's what I think Indian dance is, man. They had technology to make it rain.
Hey, when all those fires happened, the Maui fires, the forest fires, where are they at with those modified clouds?
Well, aluminum burns really well. If you spray a bunch of aluminum on stuff, it
aluminum phosphate.
Yeah, it'll aluminum, even the metal, it just burns.
But all these man-made things, like they could put a man-made cloud on it.
Yeah.
See the fucking clouds and.
Yeah, they've been using that. They use that in the Vietnam War to extend the monsoon season. It's cloud seeding and that.
Carbonic acid gas is thought to be the most effective. Okay.
I'm gonna find a way to cloud seed myself, and you guys are gonna see what's gonna happen. Future is fine.
You can buy a generator. Hold on.
It's seriously even thought to do that. Some guys in black suits will pull up on you and throw you in the van, bro.
There you go. Weather modifications. Tons of companies selling stuff, services. This one's a ground-based one. You just plop it down and put a tank in it, and away you go. There's all kinds of companies that sell that stuff. Vesta, ground-based generator, seeding equipment, cloud seeding equipment. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think. Are they going to sell that to the public? Or
Oh, yeah.
There's countries that just publicly announce it, like China announced that for the Olympics they would make sure it doesn't rain.
Yeah, they're not that
then,
expensive.
Well,
I
no,
think
the
they
one,
did
the one you're pointing
different
at,
parts
that's
of
for
the world.
growing. That's a growing propagation dome. Propagation dome.
Yeah, some of them are for that. Some of them are for cloud seeding. Different things. Yeah, but they sell them. Here we can go to their
Weather modification incorporated.
projects. So yeah, they've got worldwide success.
Well, yeah, Dubai.
Services, meteorological services, atmospheric
In
assessment
Dubai.
and evaluation, cloud seeding, weather radar systems, environmental monitoring, and they have aircraft for doing their cloud seeding.
In Dubai, they control the weather completely there. It rains and that. Have you looked into Dubai and what they're doing?
Yeah, and they announce it like publicly. They don't have any problems, telling the public what's going on. Like,
Yeah.
hey, we're going to change the weather.
Yep. Hey, they could make it rain at 3 a.m. every night, pretty much anywhere they want, right? So you could have perfect conditions for growing almost anywhere.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember, Dubai had like floods it's like never had before.
They've got lakes forming now.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah. Let's check out how that's doing.
Fucking geoengineering, huh?
You know, if there's technology that can spot like natural clouds, natural weather compared to man-made weather, is there a technology that can?
We are in Dubai.
That is crazy.
That just
They
happened,
also-
right?
They also had floods in the Sahara and also in
Yeah,
Death
in
Valley.
Mexico.
Death Valley over here in Cali. I think it was, Death Valley had like a lake. It formed a lake for like, I don't know, maybe several weeks.
Yeah.
People were bringing boats on it in Death Valley.
Can you look up? Hey, what's up, McCoy? We got McCoy in the building. Dean.
Hey, McCoy.
Crystal Witten. El Piro.
Christos is lurking. Chuck, do you know if there's a radar that can like detect fake
That's
clouds?
Christos, right? El Piro. Where's Christos lurking? Who's El Piro?
Am I fucking muted here?
It's Wizard, if you ever met Wizard before.
Cunt, scumbag.
Oh, okay.
Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Fuck. Shit.
I heard Missouri. I think it's Missouri or one of them countries is flooding too. It's Oklahoma. Richie from Boston was talking about it. He said the news ain't even talking about it. They're flooding on everything. That's Dubai that just happened. They're flooding everything, man.
Yeah.
These people need to get slapped up, man. I'm telling you. We got to find the power grid and take a shit on it.
Let's see.
What website is this, Max, that you're on?
This is Norman's Substack. Just a guy who put together a bunch of patents for weather modification.
Interesting.
That sounds like Dave Shapiro. El Piro, Dave. That was. Where the fuck is Dave Shapiro? I think that's a lawyer's name.
That's really small.
Yeah, and the history part usually goes back to the first record keeping. Like, you can't,
Damn.
if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, look at all that water in there down the bottom right.
Wow. And that just happened in Spain too. I got a picture
2024,
of the
April
map.
19th, 2024.
Yeah, Eastern Europe had some of the worst
That's my
floods
birthday, man.
this year as well. France too had floods like crazy.
Look
So
up
it's gonna
April 19th and Satanism. That's their day of it's like one of those days that are special, man. And I was like, God, of course, man. I had to be born on a shitty day. Just like April 19th is bad for the Oklahoma City boomer. That was on my birthday too, man.
Oh shit.
I'll never forget waking up to that. There's a lot of crazy shit that happened on my born day. It's always something negative. And then they got to be named after Charles Manson. It's like, dude. And then King Charles, like all these crazy nuts got the name Charles.
I'll put
Don't
the
put that energy.
patent list in the back for you.
Yeah, I gotta check out. Let me look right now. Minnesota. I think. Yeah, I think he did say Minnesota or Michigan. No, couldn't have been Michigan. Let's see, Oklahoma flood.
Yeah, Charles, I just looked this up.
What happened? Yeah, it says it right here. Oh, it says in the past. Oh no, right here, flooding in Minnesota. Oh wow, they got it bad.
Yeah, Charles, I looked up April 19th. It says it's the beginning of a period known as the season of sacrifice.
Yeah.
I call lore April 19th and April 20th are linked to the concept of blood sacrifices to the beast, referring to ancient practices where fire and sacrifice were thought to bring spiritual power and protection. April 19th marks the start of a series of days with heightened significance to these traditions, ending with the festival of Beltane on May 1st.
Wow.
Actually, it's not showing none really. Hold on. Satellite images reveal destructive flooding after partial failure of the dam. Yeah, that was. See, I knew it. Now they're. Oh wait, what partial dam? That's in June. Oh, that's Minnesota. See, these dams are dangerous, man. All they got to do is open the dam up, and whatever's down near it, it's screwed. And a lot of times these dams are on hills. So yeah, that water will F you up. I always worry about the dam here breaking. I mean, it won't do nothing here, but down the street would be flooded. For sure.
Yeah, look at all that new water.
Yeah. Where's that? In Dubai?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing here for no Oklahoma flood. What the heck is this dude talking about?
Have you guys seen the mud floods in Spain?
Yeah. Yeah, I got a couple of alleged satellite pictures. Me and JG were wondering if it's bullshit, but
Hi,
I
JG.
found some evidence.
JG says y'all fake ass shit. Okay, JG. I don't know what fake stuff you're talking about. I'm just showing images, information. Don't know how that can be faked. You know,
I
could be
thought
fake.
JG was up here.
I don't know. He left. Maybe that's another JG. I don't know.
Let's see. I had a picture too of Spain. And you could, Spain got it bad. They're just attacking everywhere. Yeah, that's the world we live in, man. See, look, I'll put this up real quick. Look at this is yesterday, Max. They were spraying.
Oh yeah, there's the grid.
Pretty.
They were
they're
tearing it
spending
up.
good money on you, right?
Yeah. There's my tax money.
Yeah.
And then I had this clip. This is in Spain, how it shows the water, how it came in. Now, I don't know. It's a cartoon, of course, but that's how much water allegedly.
Wow.
I don't know if it came in from the ocean. How would it do that? But I don't know.
So,
Oh,
Storm
took
surges,
it off.
maybe.
What time is it? All right. Damn, 4 hours and 40 minutes almost. I gotta look in. See, Richie from Boston said that there was flooding in Minnesota. I couldn't find none, so I had to go back and watch the video. I probably got the wrong state. Could be Missouri. Wait. But that's wild in North Carolina. I feel bad for them people and all those people that are probably not going to be talked about. People that disappeared in that, and I personally think they let a dam open up because they were saying there was an old dam and it was going to break, so they opened it up. They kind of admitted it, but there's no way water's going to rush like that. The videos I've seen where the guy was in his cabin and the water just came over the thing and was rushing down, I've never seen that in rain. I don't care how long it rains. I just can't see that happening. I could be wrong. It would have to be literally pouring buckets of rain out the sky for it. You know? How else would rain cause these type of...
We've gotten pretty bad flooding over here before.
I don't know. I could be wrong. But...
Did you say Minnesota?
Mississauga got flooded out a while back.
Did you say Minnesota?
Mississauga.
Yeah.
It's
Minnesota, Missouri, one of them two.
Minnesota's known as the state of 10,000 lakes. I believe they literally have 10,000 lakes.
That's awesome.
And we've
It's like
got
that up there in Alaska.
There's the 1,000 Islands in Ontario.
Where Max is at, we got a whole lot of waterfalls.
Yeah.
In Max's area.
100 of them. Over 100. Where I live, in the city I live in.
What about
They're small.
the 10,000 islands on the coast of Mexico there? There's 10,000 islands.
Got us beat.
Yeah, I never knew that. I just learned that a few years ago. I said, damn, 10,000 islands? These bastards could be hiding on any one of them. You know the government be buying them secret islands up for themselves. Fly there privately. Do whatever the hell they want.
Hey, RB.
You guys heard of Serpent Mound in Ohio?
Yeah, I think so.
I just found out we have another Serpent Mound over here in Ontario too.
Nice.
I found out the other day. I didn't know that.
Where's it at?
Somewhere in Ontario. I have to search it up.
Yeah. Okay.
WQ. Where's WQ? In Iowa.
Don't know.
Oh, it says it's Keene, Ontario. I'm not sure exactly where that is, but it says it's permanently closed now. People aren't allowed to go in it.
This mud flood, right? That allegedly happened. Man, for mud to move like that, they either hit something in the ground with a drill and water's rushed up, or it was just tsunamis. Where did all that mud come from? Because when you look at the maps, you could see it washing down from Canada. Like the way the mountains look, and it just looks like something washed down from up north. You know what I mean? When you look at the continents. Now, I question that too, because that stuff's drawn. It's computer generated images. So, but it's a possibility. If you guys ever look at Google Earth, when you look at this mud flood, it looks like it came from the north down. Like the vortex at the North Pole clogged up, like a tub clogged up, and it overflowed. Like that's what it looks like.
Hey guys, I gotta get going. It was nice meeting you all. Love the topics and all that. I gotta do it again. I'll be back. Peace out.
Nice meeting you.
Nice
Bye-bye.
meeting.
Okay. See you, bro.
See you, Cage.
Yeah, I looked it up. Keene, it's by like Peterborough. It's not even that far.
Oh, okay.
And it says it's like 6 burial grounds and all connected in a serpent kind of figure from 50 BCE, they're thinking. It's fucking ancient, you know? Yeah, maybe I'll go check that out one day.
Yeah, Peterborough is far.
Pew! I got 5 hours. I'm gonna jump off. You're gonna. What's today? Friday. I know you'll be live, Max. I might have to catch your live stream tonight.
Yeah.
What's up with Smoking and G Sharp? Almost before I forget, I wanted to ask you because I went to her live the other day. She said someone hacked her YouTube, and I said, "Yeah, that happened to me before too."
Huh. I didn't know that.
She had mentioned it. I'll ask her.
That's
I want
nice.
to know.
She's got alternate channels, so should sub up to those as well.
Yeah, I seen that. I did. Her second one looks just like her first one, I think. No, was that her? I don't know, but I have to find it. I should sub to him just in case. I've also noticed too, like you could make a new channel and use different emails, but it ain't about that. It's about where your signal's coming from. So they'll know you have plenty of different. Because I tried a new channel and it didn't do shit.
Yeah, this channel's only about a year or two old. I started. Well, no, it's three years old, I guess. It just now beat my other channel in subs.
I'm gonna buy another phone just because I want to test. One day I'm gonna buy me an extra phone, and I'm not going to put nothing from this phone on there. No accounts, no nothing. And I'm just gonna have everything new, and I'm gonna try a channel, brand new, and start posting stuff because I'm curious to see.
They'll know it's you. I figured they'll know.
No, I won't speak.
Oh, okay.
I'll just put some stuff because I thought of that too. I said, they'll just know by my voice or my picture, but I'm just curious to see. For the most part, that's why they want you to show face. You know, like there's so much stuff you have to do.
Those phones, the new phones are constantly scanning you.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. So as soon as you hold it up in front of your face, it's recognized you.
You know what's wild? We sacrifice privacy. How could I put it?
Yeah.
Like we know these phones. Like when the Biden, Obama phones came out, right then and there, I knew something wasn't right. I always talk about this because they don't just give free shit out.
You're saying people sacrifice privacy or privacy for convenience, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, or privacy for like we know they're tracking us and watching us, but yet we still use the phones and stuff. We carry them everywhere. It's like, you know, even when people be like, but I ain't doing nothing wrong. Who cares? Let them. And it's like, so?
If you want to go under, let's say you want to travel and be undetected and still have the phone with you, you can buy these Faraday pouches online. They're relatively cheap.
Yep.
When you're
Box,
sleeping
I
or
keep
whatever.
mine in one.
Yeah, you can just, when you're not using this shit, you can put it into a Faraday pouch.
Yep.
Cage pouch or whatever, and they can fuck
No,
right
I
off.
haven't eaten them. I'm gonna get a strawberry now and show you guys that which is mentioned it. Did you? I won't eat them, man. I took a bite of one, I cut it up, and I bit it. I ate it, a little piece, and I was like, damn, this shit tastes funny, man. Last time I ate those, I got a migraine. Now, can I prove it was them? No, but I question what I ate the day before, and those strawberries were sure, you know, one thing I ate. And the headache didn't come until I ate those. But hold on.
Yeah, if you have like a farmer's market in your area, you could go there and buy stuff.
Yeah.
It's not mass produced usually, so.
Yeah, probably GMO. A lot of strawberries are.
Oh yeah. You should put yourself full screen challenge. You can bear it. Like, come on.
Yeah, you're supposed to be able to tell by the UPC code. A friend of mine posted a list of the numbers you're supposed to look out for. I forget.
Oh yeah, yeah. Have you noticed? Oh yeah, those are the ones we have here. Max, have you noticed at the grocery stores now they have like a rating on how healthy the food is on the packaging?
No, I haven't seen that. No.
I recently just saw it. They have like a rating on like how healthy the food is. It'll be like different colors and shit. Which I think is a great fucking thing, you know, let people know what they're getting.
Those don't look like normal strawberries.
Oh, I'm fucking talking and I'm muted.
I thought it was a moment of silence for strawberries.
I was over here like, okay.
All this, it's just sad, man. That we remember when fruit, like, we watched it go from normal to terrible, and I remember fruit was seasonal. Then I started to realize, I'm like, damn, man, what the fuck we eating watermelon and pineapple in fucking February? Like, what's going on here? Even though the South has their summer different from ours, but yeah. What? That's terrible. That means they're putting more chemicals in the food so it don't go bad, like bread. Some of this bread, I've bought bread. It's like a McDonald's sandwich, man. That bitch will last you months and years. It won't even age.
It's all the preservatives and a bunch of bullshit in there.
Maybe they could stop us from aging.
Again, well, this is a more convenient option, and I guess you have to sacrifice your fucking health for convenience too.
You know, my roommate said the same thing, McCoy. I cut it open, and that's the first thing my roommate said. Chuck, they just look like they're not ripe. But just the taste, I could tell something ain't right. But
Well, if it's
anyway,
unripe, it's not gonna taste the same, right?
because the strawberries that allegedly weren't sprayed, and he said they're grown organic, and I told him, I said, if it's grown in the ground, they're all organic. And it's like that's the hype. They got people thinking those are organic and those aren't. They're all organic. It's whether it has it been tainted with chemicals or not. But the other strawberries were smaller, the right size. They were all red. They look juicy. My mouth is watering. But I bought those anyway because I didn't want to pay $10 for fucking strawberries. I said I'll just chemical myself up for one day.
There's a difference between different types of nutrients, Charles. Like there's chelated, inorganic nutrients that are like powder, and then there's like stuff like this. Here, I'll show you what I use, for example. See
That's
this?
because they don't do GMOs. That which is.
Yeah, full screen. Let me show you this quick. It's called BioVega.
Hold on. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so this is like fermented fruit and other stuff that's created into this stuff. And look, it says OMRI. I don't know if you can see that at the bottom. So it's certified organic.
BioVega. Let me write that down. Try to look into this.
Yeah, this stuff, it's good stuff. And yeah, I grow organic cannabis, and in order to claim that it's organic, you have to use all OMRI products.
Fucking
It's
lion.
certified. It's certified organic. Like it's been tested. Like whatever.
Lion's mane, I heard, and I've heard period mushrooms like repairs the brain and your thoughts and your memory. Like mushrooms are like really good for you. I heard. So I got to start ingesting more of that.
Oh yeah, you can use like there's like reishi, lion's mane, oyster mushrooms,
Oysters, yeah, there you go.
cordyceps, a bunch of different ones. Turkey tail.
I use turkey tail and chaga.
I knew you were about to say. I said turkey tail right the second before you're gonna say it. Came into my mind. I guess you were thinking it. There you go.
Chaga, yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah, it's got a nice flavor too. Like the turkey tail and the chaga together, nice.
I've heard of one. I've never tried it before.
Kind of like a very light oolong tea.
Have you ever tried a chicken of the woods? Apparently, it tastes like chicken.
I've heard that too. That's wild, McCoy. I gotta look into that, man. That they're gonna have they're gonna have food that don't have an expiration date. That's terrible. To be honest, I'm getting sick and tired of living in this country, man. Like, there's no pushback on nothing. They just we just let them poison us and shit, and don't put a stink about nothing.
What I don't know about in Canada, the expiration or best before date is not when it actually goes bad. It's just like a guideline. Like as long as the food's not rotted, there's like you can eat it.
Yeah, there's a lot of dumpster divers out here because they throw out perfectly good food.
Yeah, we got that here too. I didn't know about that until I started watching YouTube videos, and I see these people getting like, this guy was getting like Reese's, like boxes of shit they were throwing out the back of CVS's and all, and it got to the point where they were getting mad at him and telling him you can't take it, and your garbage is free grounds. That's like, you don't want it. It's anyone's grab. And the guy was selling them on eBay. Be careful what you buy, guys, on eBay.
Most of the food is thrown away, actually.
Yeah.
And why do they do that? Is to keep the price up. If they'd rather throw the shit away to keep the prices up than give it out, right?
Give it away. Fucking, I worked at Target, and let's say someone returns something. Not only do they get refunded, but you got to send the stuff back most of the time, or they get thrown out and refunded. But yeah, they would throw out, like, people would return crazy stuff, man, like, and they just write it off, get the refund, and either throw it out or send it back.
Is that how many there are? 687. Wow.
That's crazy. That's 687 reasons to slap them up.
Yeah, I was wondering that too, the realist, if they had like a production date.
I'm saying, why don't they just give it to food banks or something?
Axis just went live. Rat Blood Radio.
Yeah, they have the fruit here. They pump them out through Dollar Generals here in Florida, and Dollar Generals. And I've had strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, lettuce. I had all kinds of stuff there that I kid you not, if you forgot about it and went back a month or two later and saw it, it looked like nothing had touched it. It looked like plastic, fruit like you saw a kid play with. And it would be like, and I would just throw it away. And then there's times that I would also just eat it. I didn't do what you did, Charles. I didn't like go into all that. I would just eat it, wouldn't think too deep into it. And whether it does something to you, I don't know. Did I feel any different? No, I wasn't trying to be aware of it. I just ate it and I was like, all right, this tastes fine. And I kind of like moved along. But when I noticed how they were sitting there for so long, and there wasn't like a dent, and my mom's over here like giving me stupid answers as to why it could be that way, and I'm like, nope, this isn't normal. They're still as red as the day we got them, if not probably redder. And no, and I would throw them away. I was like, yeah, I'm just, that's one thing I'm not gonna try. If they're sitting there that long and nothing happens to them,
like McDonald's.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, okay, no, I'm not going to touch it. But if I just tried it and ate it and everything went well, I'm not going to think into it,
Yeah. Think about the McDonald's, Kimba. Like, I thought, okay, so now if they're going to take expiration dates off of food, was McDonald's the trial run? Let's feed them this and see what happens. Because on fast food, there's no ingredients. It's just sold to you. You buy it.
Insects and bugs and shit won't even eat a lot of these foods that we eat. And that's how you know it's off, if a fucking insect won't eat it.
Yeah, this North Korean lady said that they used to eat grasshoppers because they had no food. They would eat a lot of insects. And I was looking at this video like, damn, they eat insects like that in fucking North Korea? That's wild.
If an insect won't eat it, wow! I always thought the statement, if your dog won't eat it, then you shouldn't eat it, And now we're going down. We're going down to insects.
We've degenerated to fucking insects now.
Insects.
Look at this video. Tell me if this is real, everyone. They're gonna flag it for that. 20 seconds, but that's all it shows. I didn't want to continue that. Damn, if I would have known I had music, I wouldn't have played it.
Yeah, real shit. Buy like a McDonald's burger, put it outside, and see if any insects eat it.
They won't.
I know.
Yeah, this guy tried to feed Burger King to a bear. I shit you not, the bear would not eat the meat. He took just the meat because it wouldn't eat the burger. He thought it was the bread and stuff. So he took all that off and tried just the burger, and the bear, a fucking bear, was looking at him. I think it was in Russia, or I don't know where it was, but the bear wouldn't eat it. It was a Burger King burger. Couldn't have been Russia. The bear looked at him like he was crazy.
Talk to you later, guys. Much love.
All right, Max. Thanks for coming by.
Later, Max.
But whatever happened, Kimba, to your orange tree, man? When your orange tree was sprouting green oranges. Then you looked it up, and it said it was natural.
Yeah, well, if you do look it up, it does say that oranges are really supposed to be green. It's crazy. It is. They're supposed to be green. And it's supposed
to be oranges then. Oranges, because they're green and orange.
And supposedly, I guess, gas, it says some gas is what makes them orange. So I was like, whatever. I didn't read too much into it. I finished. This is the funny thing. I took off the rest of the oranges off my tree, and I had 2 big, huge Home Depot buckets of oranges. but I was so tired from squeezing 6 pounds of oranges already, you know, that I froze and put in the freezer as orange juice, and I still have
What?
it. And my
6
dad,
pounds?
yeah, 6 pounds I squeezed. So I was looking at these buckets and I'm like,
Jesus
I could have
Christ.
done all kinds of stuff with it, but I'm just too
Bro.
busy. So they ended up, wait, check this out. They ended up rotting. But as they started to rot, what'd they do? They were turning orange. It's like,
Wow.
okay. So they sat in a bucket. I was like, I don't got time. I don't know what to do. You know, you could do it. You could make all kinds of stuff with it. But I was like,
Damn. 6
watching
pounds,
it turn
Kimbo.
orange as they ripen. And I'm like, yeah. And then people were telling me, leave them on your tree longer. If I would have
What were
left them
you,
on my tree, they would have rotted though, because they are already rotting, you know?
what were you training for? Squeezing 6 pounds of oranges? Kimbo was training for the eagle claw.
I even went and got a juicer. I'm like, I'm gonna sit. It was my first time ever doing it, you know, ever experiencing growing my own fruits, squeezing it, eating
No,
them, you know. So I was in heaven, you know, that was heavenly for me,
no, it
you
is. It's
know?
awesome when you squeeze your
Yeah.
own fruit. But I know how I squeeze lemons and limes. I'm like, man, I use a spoon to help me because after a while, man, your wrists get tired and your fingers.
Exactly. Yeah, it hurt. It hurt for a while there because it was a lot of work. Then after that, one day I was like, screw the juicer.
I almost sniped this dude in the chat, man. You two were going back. I thought he called me a punk. I was like, what? No.
Fucking Lucid must
Hey,
be
what's
way
up,
back.
Bex?
Yeah, I think Lucid's way back in the conversation when you're talking about
Oh,
Shapiro.
what
So.
is he?
And yeah, by the way, Charles, if you don't drop, you have to drop the link like every half an hour. It doesn't show up. Like the chat gets reset.
I'm about to jump off in a minute. I gotta go do some stuff. But 5 hours again today. I told myself I only do an hour or two. I always say that, but whatever. It was meant to be. It was meant to happen. That's how I look at it now. Plus, it was a good build, man. A lot of people ended up coming by. I didn't. In the beginning, it started off slow. No one came by.
Chuck, I got a question.
What?
Is there a way we can see, like a radar of fake clouds, like weather modification? You know how we can see a radar for the government, what they're showing us?
That's a good question. Probably, because if they're allegedly putting metals in these clouds, I mean, when you shoot up a signal, it should act different than alleged normal clouds with just water vapor.
I didn't know if you knew if there was a like some YouTuber or just somebody out there like putting a radar out that's showing you exactly what they're doing.
I'm gonna look into that. Because I think I've seen video where people were showing when they started spraying from, because I know I've seen I don't know how real it is, but I've seen these people show radar and you could see them using the boats. They got these boats that evaporate water and you could see it starting to form. You know of anything, Lucid? Lucid might know, but I'm going to look into that because Doppler radar, isn't that based off of bouncing signals off of fucking clouds or something?
Well, yeah, like radar, traditional radar systems back in the day, you'd have to bounce and like bounce something off and have it return. But now
Yeah.
there's so much electromagnetic systems running, like telecommunication systems, our internet, all these different things that you don't even need to bounce it back. We don't need like they call it an electromagnetic shadow.
Okay.
We're just
And then I wonder if like the radar we see, if that just
Yeah, because what
if that just is fake shit, you know? The radar we see, like it's all just modified.
Because what about JG has a point, because what about if there's like the sky's completely gray? What would that show on the radar? How would they? You know what I mean? Like when they spray, the whole sky is fucking covered gray. You can't see anything. It's just one blanket. But that'll never show up on the radar. I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure this out now, because they show it on the news. When the news, they show the Doppler radar, you can see these cloud systems moving in. But A, are they the chemtrail cloud systems, or are they the fucking regular clouds?
Yeah, because when Max showed that radar earlier, and I was asking him, is that a Tempest radar? I have a thing on my phone that pulls up a radar, and it's called a Tempest radar. And I was looking at it at the same time he was looking at his, and it showed something totally different. But it is the same radar. It's like the same one, same thing, same name on it. But what mine was showing was different than what he was showing. So I'm over here like, huh.
Yeah, I just wonder what they're showing us. If that's real or if that's artificial.
Yeah.
McCoy says clouds have a limited height, and he's saying the chemtrails are above that height. Interesting. That is kind of true, because when you look at them spraying, planes are above the clouds. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, guys, I'm off. Everybody have a great afternoon.
All right.
Go fuck yourself, Cage.
I appreciate that, Jay. Thank you, bro.
All right, Cage.
Much love, bro.
Yeah, the radar out here is interesting because it'll just show you up to the minute. Like if you're back in the mainland, it'll show you the radar for, say, 7 o'clock, and you're checking it out. It'll show you till like up to 10 o'clock, and then you come out to Hawaii, and the radar is just till 7 o'clock.
Well, there's also I'm sure they can edit it.
Well, I guess the weather out here is so sporadic. It's so, fucking strange and unpredictable. But I just wonder if there's man-made, man-modified shit out here.
I think it's all over the world at this point.
Yeah, this world's fake. Everything's becoming modified. The food, the weather. It's terrible.
No, I'm just thinking Hawaii. It's crazy out here right now with the weather, rain and whatnot.
Dude, in Hawaii, it showed on the map Hawaii was a blue state. I couldn't believe it. I said, damn, for real? I thought Hawaii was a red state.
If you're seeing chemtrails anywhere in the sky, then yes, they're modifying the weather.
I need to modify their jaw with a left hook. A peekaboo like Mike Tyson. Peekaboo, pink! Modify this. Violence is the answer. That's one language we all understand is violence. When your mom whooped your butt when you did something wrong, you sure didn't want to do that again. Well.
Yeah, nonviolence is for pussy, straight up.
Bush Jr. and Bush Sr. didn't get ass whoopings when they were growing up. They were spoiled. Little biatches.
Watch an old cowboy movie. Were they nonviolent? Was Clint Eastwood nonviolent in A Fistful of Dollars and all those movies? Hell no.
No, that's what's good. Because if everyone was pistol packing, people would think twice before they did something stupid.
I got shot at a couple nights ago, man. These dudes are pussies out here.
That is true. If you got a pussy with a gun. That's another problem with the new generation. They're afraid to take a loss in a fight, man. They'd rather shoot you. They don't want to live to see another day.
Well, no, dudes, like, guys nowadays, they'll try to hunt you, right? Because they're that big of bitches. They'll try to hunt you down. But one-on-one, I'll destroy him. If I get somebody close to me, I'll destroy him. I got shot at. Didn't see where the guy went. I got the fuck out of the area I was in, but still, it's, punk shit. But being a punk that's what's cool nowadays. You're tough if you're a punk. If you're going around hunting somebody down, you're a fucking gangster. fuck out of here.
Yeah, everything is backwards for sure.
If somebody rapes my sister and I go try to fucking, I'm not gonna go after him with a gun. I'm gonna get him and beat the fuck out of him. Maybe rip his eyes out. You see what I'm saying? But what the fuck did I do to anybody? You know, dudes are just bitches. They just wanna, you know, hunt you down because they're bitches.
And you know what gets me is even the whole thing with like the gun laws and where they want to take them from and where they let people keep them versus where they want to take them or whatever, you know, vice versa. Even for intimidation tactics, if people knew that everyone around them could be possibly armed, you know, to me, that would cut down a lot of crap too.
Yeah.
Because they're not gonna, a lot of people aren't going to be like, oh, well, they're probably not carrying. They're not. More people might be like, yeah, they might be armed. Let me just maybe slow down. That's how I feel. You know, let me slow down a little bit because everyone around me could be carrying. So let me just
And what
watch
about
me a little more.
and what about the laws they pass, Kimba? The criminals don't care about the laws, but they're only penalizing good people. It's crazy. These stupid laws are making it harder for good people that carry their legal way to carry. And the criminals don't care if you ban this or put this law, they're gonna break it anyway. That's common sense.
There are too many cowards out here that have registered guns that, you know, literally they'll try to start drama just so they can shoot you. Like that's where the mind is went, is where people just they want you to react, or they want a situation where they can kill you. So they'll try to create that situation.
I can't deny that, man. You're right about that. There is cowards that have the license too.
Cops
That
do
just
it,
want
regular
to.
people do it, but
All right, Dean. Yeah, I'm about to jump out of here too. I gotta go do some stuff. But
technology's
this is
corrupted,
a
man.
great
They
world.
corrupt technology, and technology corrupts the mind. Crazy world we're in.
For sure. I'm glad you're okay, JG.
Yeah, shit. I got shot before, but I didn't. I got shot at before, but you know, the other night it was like, fuck.
You gotta. I don't know. I don't have answers for everything, but there's always knuckleheads everywhere.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not a matter of having answers, you know. It's like I know I've had my own little things happen that were enough for me to be like, oh my. And then when you hear about someone else's experience like that being shot at, that brings me alone to another level of awareness because I'm like, oh my, like you're actually talking to people out here, you know, on the internet, whether you really know them or not, and they're saying what's happened, you know, and they're getting shot at. And so you're sitting over here looking at your own situation, you're like, oh my, you know, and you hear everyone else's, and you're like, and that's when you're like, yep, a sick world we live in.
I mean, it sucks having attention. Like this YouTube shit ain't shit. But in the real world, when you do have a lot of attention, that's when it's like, fuck, you know? Like at a young age, you realize you really don't want all that attention. And then, like the last couple of years, that like I overhear people talking to me, I have this attention where it's like, fuck, you know?
Yeah, the attention you don't need.
Yeah, but I mean, it's you just see how I can see how insane people are and how fucking crazy shit is. Like I can, it's a lot of
Yo,
people can't just like get past the toxic mentality.
who's that gay dwarf sitting down under Meek Mill and Puff Daddy kissing? Someone released a piece of the tape for his party, and that's Meek Mill French kissing P Diddy, bro. That's fucking disgusting, dude. And that's some midget with red hair under him,
It's just
throwing up
crab in a
something.
barrel world, man. It's crab in a barrel world. People just want to bring you down. Gun to my head in Philly, 2013. Got shot at in Texas. Got shot at out here.
Here, JG, I bought you some sneakers.
Those shoes are corny as fuck, man. I wouldn't skate in those. I wouldn't wear those. I fucking hate Nike. I don't fuck with Nike at all.
Oh man, when I seen these, I was laughing. I was like, "Who the fuck put an air pocket in the front?" Even though the Pippins had an air pocket in the front, but not like that. And a
You
double
can't even
swoosh.
walk in those shoes. You can't even walk in those shoes and feel like a fucking normal person. That's how goofy they were, man. Look at that shit.
You know where they
And I'm
got
over
this
here
from?
thinking,
The Cortez. Yeah, there's Cortez. They say the Cortezes. He used to take flesh and make boots out of them and wear them. This is alleged. I don't know how true that is, but and the Mexicans get the socks and the Cortez Nikes because they say Cortez wore high socks, and I don't know how true that is, but
I've skated in so many shoes. The Cortez are whack. Air Maxes are whack. Jordans are whack. I'm just calling it how it is, man.
bro, don't be dissing my Air Max.
Air Maxes are whack, dude. You put them on and you're just like, fuck. These things
No,
suck.
these are like walking on air.
Yeah, right. Look at how big those soles are, man. You got like, look how high up on the ground you are.
it looked like it was about 3 inches.
Thick soles are overrated, man. That shit's goofy as hell.
All shoes are overrated.
You know, the Air Force Ones.
Nah, Reeboks, the fucking original fitness Reeboks, Fila, not the original fitness, Fila original fitness, and then Reebok.
Bro, I got pairs of shoes that fell apart in a year. They used to never do that.
The Reebok Workout Plus, they're the shit. You know, some shoes are real like.
You know what I want?
Very
The
well
Reebok
made,
Pump.
and then you got the Air Maxes. Like, come on, Air Maxes.
I like Air Max. For me, at least. Reebok pumps. I want to bring those back, man. I never had a pair, but I used to think to myself, some of my friends had them back in the day, and I'd be like, "What are you pumping up?" Like, and it's supposed to like make the shoe fit around your foot more. But I heard it was a joke, though. You know.
I remember those. I wore some. No, they stiffened up. It was pretty cool.
Reebok pumps. Pump it up. But yeah,
Best
I gotta
shoes,
jump off, man.
Reebok Workout Plus. I'm telling you,
I
man.
gotta
Shoes the shit.
peace to everyone in the chat, man. I gotta dip out of here. And peace to AK, JG, and Kimba, and everyone.
Sure.
Peace to all the Jews. Peace to all the Jesuits, and the Zionists.
Yeah, I hope you Jews have a great day.
I hope you have what was I gonna say? A Jew-tastic day. What the hell was that? Mustard?
Gabs.
Huh?
Weed.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you said dabs. He's dabbing.
Oh, dabs. I thought you said caps, like shrooms. I was about to be jealous. I smoked some of that stuff in the pen. Peace, Lucid, Flat Earth Nation, Bex. Peace to everyone, man. But I gotta dip out. It was good talking to everyone, and I will check y'all later. I might go live later. Yeah, don't worry.
All right, guys. AK, chat. Peace.
Have a great day, evening, morning. I'll check y'all later. Peace to the gods and the goddesses.